lost, there's always a hope. Rise and fight.
Hello guys, welcome for another cast of BSL. Today we have Group F, and JIRAIYA, he tossed me into the pit fire. And
today was a doozy, and today's slate, as far as these players, will also, I'm sure, have really good games. But I just wanted to give a highlight or shout out to Sterling. I thought he was very impressive yesterday. I never heard of this guy. But apparently he's been playing for this game for a long time, and for him to do what he did, I'm not going to spoil anything, but all I'm going to say is this guy Sterling is the real deal, and that's all I'm going to say. But Matt, yeah, thanks for having me today. Thanks for being the primary as I requested. I basically said, hey, Machine, if you could be the Machine today, that'd be fantastic.
we have the same letter and almost the same nick as well, so it will fit me very well. Well, like you said, yesterday was exciting without spoiling anything too much. But I was looking at the qualifiers, like the BSL qualifiers, and I was seeing the Moongrave some name, and I was seeing in the bracket that like he was destroying everyone. I think I asked Zero, like, who is this guy? Why is he so good? Like, this first time you see him, and he's like all the way to the semifinals in pretty much every qualifiers until he actually made it through to the round of 24.
So, yeah, I actually chuckled when you made that comment, man, yesterday, when you were like, it's really Scan playing in the back, and this guy, Sterling, is actually just staring at the screen.
Yeah, but he looks so calm and ready. Like, he was like,
Yes.
I need to win this game because my kids are going to bed in like 2 hours. Like,
yeah, and another guy commented in chat. He said, "This guy's definitely a dad," and then Zero pinged it. I thought that was funny too. So definitely, if you missed out on yesterday's stream, go catch the VOD in Zero's Twitch channel. Obviously, super entertaining. But yeah, Mad. What do you think about today's slate?
Well, I know Ras has been playing. Like, I'm catching his stream.
Oh, Rasowy. Okay.
I think it's better for me to say Ras, that I don't slaughter his nick. But it's a fellow IRK guy, so
yes.
Without telling anyone, I'm not rooting for him. I'm not making it obvious, but it's a strong Terran. And DragOn, like, he don't stream that much, so I don't really know if he play that much anymore. But he is also a very strong Protoss player. He used to be race picker, but I think of late he decided to just stick with Protoss.
Yeah. I've noticed that as well. In the past, he would sometimes go Z against P, but yeah, it's funny. It's ironic because I am also on Team IRK, but I know DragOn a little bit more. DragOn is kind of my blue chip Protoss, especially in the NA scene. He's one of those guys that doesn't lose often, and he often wins. You know, blue chip. But yeah, I'm very interested to see how Rasowy or Raz plays against DragOn, who I typically see win very often, and I can't seem to beat the guy. So I would give the edge to DragOn just because I know him more. But Raz, for him to be in the round of 24, he's obviously got to be a pretty strong Terran. So interested to see this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. As we saw, DragOn is a BSL veteran, and this is Raz. And they are, I think our players are ready.
Okay.
So,
looks like the map is Dominator.
Without any further ado, I think we just jump straight into the game 1 on Dominator.
Okay.
And on the top left corner, playing as the blue Protoss, we have DragOn.
Bottom left in the red, we have ourselves the Polish Raz Terran.
So it looks like a pretty normal opening for both players. Like, this is a 3-player map. I think most Protoss usually send out their first probe to hopefully get a gas steal, but we don't see that from DragOn.
Ooh, 11 gas from Raz. Is that standard?
I think it might be because what I said, like he's maybe suspecting a probe might come in a space early, so if you take an 11 gas, you don't get gas steal.
Right.
And we can already see Raz is setting up a good SimCity for in case early Zealot is coming. Just to see if he starts the Zealot first.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, DragOn's going to be on the left here in that the first-person VOD, or not the first-person VOD, but the selfie there. That's DragOn on the left and Raz to the right, I believe. Nice seeing the images. Nice to be able to see their faces. Both players very focused and concentrated, I would say.
Raz repping that sneaky commercial with the RK shirt.
Yes, nice. Nice.
I consider wearing mine, but I thought it wouldn't be professional as a caster.
All right, well, with an 11 gas, Raz will have that faster factory, but he is cutting gas, so looks like he is going for that standard CC follow-up, but he is going to make the bunker first, so cutting SCVs as well, he's going to really slow down his CC if that is the intent here.
Yeah, I don't really like that. I'm not sure why he's making the bunker that fast, because he had the first scout on DragOn, and we can see DragOn has the last scout, but he also saw that there was no Zealot. So for me, that doesn't really make sense to make the bunker that quickly. But he only made 2 Marines, so doesn't really matter. If you make 4 Marines, you don't need a bunker, but if you only make 2, it's the same cost, I guess. So.
Yeah, I really would have liked Raz to, instead of planting the CC in just a moment, go for maybe like a sneaky 2-fact, kind of like what Koget was doing yesterday. Again, I don't want to spoil things, but he did have some openings where he masked his tech or his natural area. But this probe will get in and we'll confirm that CC, so DragOn definitely knows what's going on here.
Yeah, it's in my opinion that DragOn is a macro-orientated player. Like, he likes to go for standard observer 3-gate, playing quite safe into arbiters.
Right.
I haven't played versus DragOn in quite some time, but I feel like I remember that he plays standard and he's comfortable
very
with that
standard. Style. Yeah, very confident in his play. Standard doesn't often deter from just very strong standard play. Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe DragOn, which is why I call him the blue chip Protoss.
Well, you can see DragOn is opening with two gate robo. I don't know, like I said, I don't know how much he plays Reaver or he just wants to have Observer.
Yeah,
Raz
no, I think
coming
you
in
called
here.
it. Yeah.
Confirming the Nexus is just up. So as standard gets for openings, you can see Raz going for the quick armory, maybe
Nice.
for maybe like a 6-pack 1-1 timing, or maybe it's going for the 2-1. With that quick gas, I'm guessing he wants to play it like a standard macro game and do the 2-1 push of 3 base, perhaps.
Yeah, both players definitely kind of content with taking these 2 bases for now. You gotta imagine DragOn will want to take a 3rd at some point too. But as Raz, what are you really like kind of worried about at this point? Like, are you anticipating Reaver? I don't see any eBays or academies or anything being planted. Based off of what Raz knows, Matt, do you think he kind of has a good grasp of what's coming or what's not coming, I guess?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I think Raz have done his homework and maybe stolen a couple of replays from Seawall or something, and he can see that DragOn quite often goes for the same build pretty much 9 out of 10 games. He doesn't do much DTs. So, like you said, there's no mines, he went straight to siege mode, no eBay, no scan, so... Kind of playing with fire though if he suddenly decides to go DT. Well, as we can see, there's a Stargate. He also already on 2 gas.
Right.
But I don't see a Citadel anywhere, so this could be 2 base carriers.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's no Citadel in sight, and for that Stargate to be that early, definitely feels like it's going to be some sort of error.
And I'm not sure, like, he sees the observers in his base, and yeah, there we have it, the fleet bacon and the second Stargate.
Oh, there it is.
But the
Yep, you called it.
+1 air is slow though. But I guess if he scans and see it spinning, that's like a dead giveaway, because
right,
your range isn't that late.
Yeah.
And I hate this as Terran. Like, you throw off a scan to see the Prada space and you already see 2 Stargates spinning. I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? I'm on 1 gate or 1 factory. Like,
yeah, and kind of on the the inverse of that, DragOn, who's got this observer and sees exactly the tank count, the unit count, the factory count. That's when he decided to add that second Stargate and the fleet beacon there. So. If you're DragOn, you got to be feeling pretty good. Planning that 3rd Nexus, knows exactly what's going on. Raz, I don't know if he scanned yet, but continues
I
to.
heard 1 scan, but I don't. I'm not sure if he tried to pick off an observer.
Yeah.
And the more observers you pick off, the less you're scanning the main. So, but here when. As soon as he realizes it's carriers, he have to throw down like 4 or 5 more factories. I think like the ideal, if you're on 2 base, you have to like try to get the 2-1 timing of 7 facts. And like you mentioned, the observers saw everything, so you don't really need to add more gates. But because yeah, he's spending all his money for carriers.
Yeah, kind of an awkward spot. Now, Raz does have Goliath range at the moment, but hard to say that he knows that it's carrier at this point. Making a dropship, maybe if he finds a window to do something with that dropship prior to those carriers, it kind of makes those carriers a little bit weaker as far as getting to the critical numbers of maybe 4 to 5. Does Raz have to stay on 2 bases here, Matt, or do you think making an expo is just out of the question?
I think the longer you wait, the more carriers we will have from the Pradas. Like, he will be then on 4 and soon to be 6 carriers. And when you're dealing with the 6 carriers after, like, I don't know, the 13-minute mark, you're kinda on the clock.
Right. Well, Dragon's got the first 2 out. He's got his 3rd and 4th feud.
It's not like he's trying to hide it, and I'm still not sure if he's scanned, but the drop will definitely see the bad news, because every scan Raz has been throwing off, he's been using to pick off observers.
Yep.
So Raz doesn't really know what's going on, and you can see DragOn, he just sends out 1 and 1 observer here and there, and then sits at home comfortably. And here, the good news, see how many probes you can get.
Yeah. Nice, get some mines down as well. Should be good. Good damage here so far, I think. Get that dropship back, that'd be good.
Well, it's the 9 mining time, and maybe if DragOn don't see it, he will see it still be just 2 on gas, which is a big deal. But behind this, DragOn is comfortable, he's taking a 4th base, and as Raz, I bet this blood pump is going pretty hard right now.
Well, if his blood is pumping, you can't tell from his face. I've been looking at his face, and maybe he might be slamming his keyboard a little bit quicker at a higher frequency. But both players looking really poised here. They both sort of know what's going on. It looks like DragOn is positioning everything. Look at that, 140 PSI worth of units streaming down towards Raz. Raz not quite at that critical number of Goliaths that he wants to have. Maybe 10 Goliaths in total, a couple of Marines in the fray here as well, SCVs in the mix. Looks like Raz is looking to engage. Carrier's going to hit that nat. Ground units might be isolated here.
Yeah, it's the magic number of 4 carriers, and with 4 carriers you can pretty much like one-shot tanks as well when you have the +1 air. And the gas is also an awkward position here for Raz, so he doesn't really want to lose the gas because he's already quite gas-starved. But he's going for it. And there's a lot of zealots as well from DragOn. Like I mentioned, I think this might be an overstep for Raz, but for me, I do this every game as well. I panic and I go.
The high ground cannot be any more critical than it is. I think you're right. Protoss has a lot of ground units. He's trying to chase this one carrier that's a little bit out of the way. He's going to pick one off. That's pretty big.
Yeah, the 2-1 for the Goliaths kicks in, and you can see he's melting the Dragoons, so the ground force of DragOn isn't that big anymore. And they're actually quite close in supply as well, but Raz's army is reset, and he's only on 2 gas. He's taking the 3rd gas right now, so he is on 4 bases as well. So if he can stabilize and get some more Goliaths up, maybe some mines.
Yeah, it's a really smart play here from DragOn. He's continuing to try to keep Raz on his heels with these 3 carriers. Now he's got 2 more joining that, so it will be 5. But if Raz can hold on, I kind of like DragOn's spot at the moment. But I think if Raz can hang on, running that 4th base is definitely going to help him take advantage of that 2-1 upgrade advantage that he currently has. But yeah, the supply is starting to inch up higher and higher for DragOn. He's got a nice little 30 supply lead. So you got to think Raz, more time given to him, the better, but will DragOn give him that time?
Yeah, the longer this 4th base of Raz goes unpunished and undetected, like DragOn, he doesn't know about it.
Oh, nice knife.
It's a big pickup for Raz. But the more Goliaths he will have, the less siege tanks he will have. So it's kind of hard for a Terran player also to, like, how do you spend your money? Like, you need a Goliath, you need like 25 Goliaths just to get 4 or 5, 6 carriers.
Wow, Raz really just going for it against these carriers, but so many Dragoons here, man. I'm starting to worry a little bit here for Raz being so cavalier with these Goliaths.
Yeah, and DragOn is healthy on 4 bases, 4 gas, so he can afford to sack this, and now the 4th will be...
Oh, now he sees it.
Yeah. And it's not like Raz is playing in the dark as well. Like, he knows DragOn has 4 bases because he has mines and he had Vulture set up on the other bases.
Right.
So it's not that bad, but DragOn army is so big, so how do you really stop this? I mean, three Stargate production as well, so he will be soon on like a 2-digit carrier number.
Yeah, I mean, that 30 supply lead earlier, it's 70 now.
Yeah, 30 seconds ago.
Dragon doing dragon things. I mean, he's so strong. You really can't give him a second to breathe. You know, both of their openings were macro, but you can tell Dragon really knows to optimize his builds. Really didn't waste no time getting his first 2 carriers up, and then to be at this stage of the game, it's almost like, yeah, 180 PSI here for Dragon.
There's not that many interceptors out there, and you can really see like the 2-1 upgrade is giving Rast slight edge against the carriers,
Oh, that's right.
it's so hard to like target them down, and you can't really run back and forth with the Goliaths. As soon as he goes into the main, your front door is completely open. So I think Rast just kinda like start to think about the map pick for the next round. Yeah.
GG.
Play it out and see if Dragon gets tired. Well, great game.
Or maybe even like Rush or something. But maybe that is kind of like what you said, where as Terran you don't want to panic. But I'm a Zerg player, so I don't really know how Terran players think.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if I'm Rast now, I will pick a big map with little ramps. So I would suggest Vermeer, and we just get confirmation here that Rast did pick Vermeer.
Oh, interesting. And what is that thought process?
Like, Dominator is a lot of ramps and high grounds, so you can just like move slightly back as a Protoss player and just buy time, especially if you're going carriers. Like we saw Raz hit the panic button and he went for it, and then Dragon just jumped slightly backwards into the high ground and get the better trade. But here there are more places that like you can run around with vultures, you can mine time. Yeah, and they are ready.
Okay.
Just jump into game number 2 on Vermeer. Dragon is up 1-0. In the top right corner, we have Raz fighting for his life.
All right, at the bottom right-hand corner, we have Dragon, the blue chip Protoss in red from Canada.
Raz playing it out like it's a normal ladder game. Good luck, have fun. Hope the barcode responds to you. Get a little tell. I hope we see fast expansion from both players. I do think Dragon have 12 necks in this build, and this is definitely a map that you can feel comfortable doing it on.
Yeah. What's the so Raz would do 14 CC? Looks like he's walling here.
Then maybe, like you said, previous game, yeah, 2-fac.
I like it. I like it. I particularly like it when they're spawned close. Like if it's not cross map, I feel like I got a chance.
We had Machine yesterday talking about how much he hates the 2-fac, but
yes, I heard that.
I love it. I love it. If it works, it's great. But if it fails, you're so behind.
Well, there was one game, I forget. Again, I don't want to spoil it, but one of the Protosses, strong Protosses, might I add, was up against it, and totally. I feel like the way to play against it is you can't let siege tanks get to your nat, because you gotta anticipate the siege mode, and that's what the mistake that particular Protoss player made. But yeah, 2-fac, it's pretty much all in. Like it's all in. There's no other way to kind of view it, but there are certain situations where it becomes less all in and where you get that second CC up. So we'll see what kind of plays out here. But for Terran to make a wall on this map, I kind of do think that this is going to be something cheesy from the Terran. Because it's like, I want to hide this.
Yeah, I want to be. I'm going to be surprised if this is not two fact because he didn't make a wall on Dominator, where like there's the ramp is upwards.
Yep.
But there's also quite awkward to make a wall there, I think. So, and this is a salad-proof wall. So let's just see if it pulls off gas. But so far, yes, no. I think he pulled off gas. Yeah, you know, he also delayed the marine. Maybe it's just like it's a psychology game. Like he's tricking Dragon to think it's two fact. And with this wall, he can just cut really on the marine. Like in the first minute or two, he only needs one because the salad can't come in.
Right.
But this looks like is this a Nexus before the Dragoon? No, it's Dragoon. Yeah, Nexus. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same. I think this is the same build from both players. We'll see if Raz plants the bunker now. If he does, it will literally mirror last game. Actually, he's gonna do the above the ramp CC. I like that. I like the no bunker this game. That really didn't feel great last game. So I like that decision point.
Looks like he's just like thinking, I only need this one marine because he will take some damage on the wall, but the siege tank will be out in time, so the Dragoon can't really break in.
Right, the Dragoon can't get through in between that rack and depot. Right, Zealots can, but Dragoons cannot.
No, the Salad can't get in. This is a salad-proof wall.
This is a Zealot-proof wall as well?
Yeah.
My eyes deceived me. That pebble must be
you and I have been building walls for 15 years.
You know what, man? You know what? I was when I was young, I couldn't even color in between the lines. So you're talking to someone who's geometrically just inept.
That's the creativity mind, creative mind.
Yeah, I got the creativity of a potato.
Well, like you said, this is the same opener from both players here. Do you think we'll see carriers again? I'm not. I think it's maybe easier for Terran on this map to get a third and third gas. Mm-hmm. So it might be harder as a carrier map. Maybe more like just gateway man.
Yeah. Yeah. So a slight variation here is planting that third gateway, which he didn't do last game. He did make the robo and obviously all those observers prior to the Stargate last game. But this game he's making that third gate a little bit sooner than last game. So that's going to make me think that he will plant the Citadel at some point and pivot towards Arbiter Tech down the road. But even that second gas is not being harvested at the moment. So it looks like he is going to stick with Gateway Man for at least the early game here, or mid game.
Yeah, I was going to point out that he hadn't started the second gas. Last game he made it pretty quick.
Super fast, right.
And now it's 3 base instead of 2 fast gas, so I think that's kind of when you are coming from a win as well, you're feeling confident, so you can pretty much not necessarily take risks, but you can do different build because you're already up 1-0, and if this build fails, just go back to carriers in the third game.
Yeah, yeah, and Dragon kind of has this mental, psychological edge in that both players are sort of in the dark here. Dragon will try to deny this SCV, trying to get more information, but if you're Raz here already kind of making some turrets, anticipating things like DTs or what have you, you got to think psychologically Dragon has an edge here, because Raz, until he gets scanned, he really won't know, but it looks like this SCV will scout the timing of this third, maybe one more hit. Nope, never mind.
Someone said that you don't really see that early Dragoon pressure that much anymore, because it's standard for the Terran player to sneak out the Vulture or 2, and if you just sit at home with 2, maybe even 3 Dragoons, you don't get early damage from the Vulture. And I saw Dragon repositioning his Dragoons in the natural. I'm not sure if he wants to like expecting a dropship or something. So
no, I think you're right. I mean, he's just playing back. He's using that He's just conceding the exit point for Raz, and yeah, I mean he's got observers in position. Anything that comes out of Raz's net, he will see with that secondary observer. He even sees the starport time in here. Why choke up?
This is going to be a huge pylon wall. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to take notes on this as a Terran player. I need to count how many depots I need to make that wall.
Only you think of that stuff and then publish it on Team Liquid. Only you.
It's been a few years since I did that. Oh yeah, we see a standard opener. Looks to be a Stargate and Arbiter play here. Yeah.
Another wall. Very nice.
And Dragon sees everything that Raz is doing, but like it seems like I think he'll go for a quick third again and play the 2-1. You can see the starport is fast, so the science facility will be in time for the 2-1 as soon as the 1-0 finish for the attack. But still no scan, so Raz doesn't really know what he's up against. It could be carriers again. He doesn't really know about third base either.
Yep.
We saw from the previous game that he didn't make any vultures, no speed vultures, very little mines on the map as well. He was pretty much sieging Goliaths from the get-go, and we can see that already now as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon is a master of observer placement, I think, because even last game, I remember his observer saw exactly when Raz planted that third, and you gotta think, as Protoss, when you know everything, it just gives you much more comfort in what you're doing. And he even sees Raz inching up here, just kind of creeping up, extending his line. There's no secrets from Dragon. I mean, he knows everything.
Yeah, this is going to be a maxed out Protoss army in 2-3 minutes with Arbiters.
Yeah.
Now he sees the Arbiter soon to be spinning. He didn't quite see the full gate count though. He only saw like 3, so he might think that he's in a good position. And Dragon is taking a 5th base as well in the bottom left corner.
There really isn't much here from Dragon. I saw his PSI just spiked, so I think he just queued up his gates. But what does Raz have to do here? Does he have to just sit and make the game longer, kind of like the mistake he made last game, or
I think here like he's in a good position. He doesn't have to like stress get panic like he did the last game, because he knows it's not carriers. He knows it's gates and arbiters. Right. And as a Terran on 3 base with 2-1 coming, you can fight that. You get the Vessel, you get the EMPs, and when you push out with the 2-1 push, you take the 4th behind this. I don't think Raz like needs to be worried that this is it might, in his point of view, be the 4th. I don't think he knows it's the 5th base, but there's no gates down there, and if he can match the gates in the main and his main army. Right. I think he's still in a good position.
Yeah, the PSIs are pretty close. Protoss tends to be ahead, and Dragon saw the dropship moving out a little bit here, and yeah, I mean, both players macroing very well. Raz is doing a really good job macroing while doing all these micro movements. I really like him keeping his supply up, money down.
Yeah, he's more out on the map now than we've seen earlier with the vultures to catch the probes and doing the drop in the background on his 5th. So this is good from Raz. Gets the probes, get the drop out. There's cannons, so Dragon will be able to clean this up pretty quickly. Maybe you can get a splash of those probes. Oh, they went too low. One is done for Raz.
Yep.
Dragon slowly sneaking up towards max We are now on 9 factories soon versus like 9 gates or something.
Yeah. Nice.
But there will be, yeah, at least 1 stasis and storm. Whoa.
Yeah, those storms are gonna be killer. A lot of zealots out.
So for Ras, like he needs like 1 or 2 more rounds before he can start thinking about attacking. His EMP is done, but the vessel just came out. 2-1 done.
Okay.
Ras is doing a good job keeping his eco down, like he's spending all his money.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. He could have had slightly more SCVs on the 3rd base. I'm not sure how well saturated he is. But the eco is definitely low, so maybe good and bad at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a respectable number. You're right. He does need a couple more waves from those factories, but I love the factory count. I love the persistent drops like this. I mean, moves like this is just going to deter Dragon from attacking him, which Dragon is looking to do when he hits 200 with the stasis. So looks like Dragon is peeling off some of those goons. Dropship not down. Dropship does get out. And still more pressure here, and this is gonna get Raz to push, which is gonna cause Dragon to be split because he does have units going to defend against this drop, and he's pushing out. I love this move from here, from Raz right now. If he can execute, get some mines down, and sort of isolate this army on the left side, maybe he can push on the right side during this split moment. But Dragon,
No,
nice.
he missed.
Oh, he missed.
This is a lot of zealots and storm drop, and those siege tanks are so clumped up.
Oh,
and
man.
yeah,
Storm's
they
too
both
good for
plummet
Zealots.
in PSI. Like they're still even. I'm not sure how Ras lost his entire army, but it's still on 134.
Yeah, I think he's got these vultures and some tanks back at home. He didn't quite consolidate everything, but real shame because he had the numbers if he just sent everything together. His positioning was just so favorable for Dragon. Dragon definitely had the pocket there to sort of envelope. But yeah, PSI wise, you got to think Raz he's got 1 more timing here. He will take out this Nexus. But that is still a 5-base Protoss.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Dragon is worried about losing that. He has a few Dragoons popping out, so I think he will clean it up soon. But he just takes another Nexus. He just won a big fight. He's also keeping up with the upgrades, so Dragon came to play today. He's not snoozing around, like he came with a purpose.
Yeah, and look at Dragon just streaming units. He's got an observer seeing that base trying to come up at 12. There's nothing Raz can do to deny Dragon's ability to deny this base. That is just a lot of Protoss streaming up here. Some of this army will engage a little bit here, but that's just too much Protoss. Raz needs to be careful here. That's a lot of units.
We also saw we had 2 Arbiters with 2 stasis. Now the EMP hits, that's nice. But
if he can somehow absorb this, that's a lot of units, man.
He still has storms, I think, from the previous fight, so...
Yep. Oh, they were in the shuttle. Wow, look at that storm.
Great storms from Dragon here. Taking down pretty much every siege tank of Ras.
Yep. He's so good. He's just so good.
But he holds, and that's siege tank still alive. Finally gets picked off, but immediately a new Nexus is coming up from Dragon.
Yep.
And yet again, Dragon resets Ras's army. He killed off 12. Yeah, Dragon's looking strong today.
I mean, this is typical. Every time I cast Dragon, every time I play against Dragon, he doesn't lose, and that's why that's why he's the blue chip Protoss. Look at him go. I mean, every move is measured. Just the unit positioning this game and how poised he was. Again, I think my analogy of a UFC fighter who's long and lengthy and good with distance, managing distance. That's what I feel Dragon does in PBT. He just the way he plays, he plays so poised. He knows exactly what's going on, and so it's so tough to play against a player like that because they don't make mistakes. And it's like, you know, you macro so hard. I mean, Raz honestly did everything that he needed to do. He was harassing, and he got Dragon to split, and then he pushed, and just Dragon was just so poised in that entire situation, essentially letting that drop carry its course, and instead prioritized, you know, his entire 200 psi army and just engaged with Raz. Just so strong from Dragon.
Yeah. I think in the first fight, like, he was maybe like seconds away from setting up a decent minefield around the different angles, but Dragon came in at the right moment before his setup.
Yeah.
So all his siege tanks was clumped up, so he got stasis and he got completely annihilated in that fight. So
I mean, Raz won't give up here. He's got the fighting spirit, but Dragon already in position here against the drops.
yeah, that is what you get when you add like a second main, really. Like, you add a ton of gates at your expansions.
Right. You're always gonna have units.
I think this is going to be do or die though, but it's not that many. He sends in the Dragoons first, and then I think there's a group not responding. Let's see if he realizes. Sometimes this happens when you click fast 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A. Not every group wants to come out and play.
Yeah, I mean, definitely leaner on the Zealots, but Dragon didn't overextend there. He got those stasises, really nice stasises up front, and saw that there were more tanks behind, so he kind of peeled back after losing a couple. Dragon, gotta say, every little decision here, just making all the right moves.
I'm going to tell Raz after this game that you were Dragon's training partner, and then you were coaching him, and I find it suspicious that all the Raz replays from our Discord were downloaded that many times and shared.
See, the reason why I'm not on camera is because I'm wearing an IRK t-shirt just like Raz, so little do you know. I mean, Raz still at 150. He's got 2-3 upgrades. Trying to get his fourth base up.
Yeah, Dragon, but he's keeping up with the upgrades. Like, I don't know how much. Like, if you have 3-2 Terran army and face off a 3-3-3 Protoss army, I have no idea how much that evens out if the 3-2 is still strong. But
yeah.
This is a massive army from Dragon, and Dragon decides it's time. We have been in this game for too long. I cannot let you take a fourth base. I need to walk my dog before the second game. This is it. But here we saw Dragon walking into a prepared Raz. Like, the Dragoons, or the siege tank wasn't that clumped up. So it didn't really get a fair trade for Dragon here, but he is on so many gates, so many bases. So as Raz, I don't know, where do you begin? Which base do you try to take out first? Like, do you move down towards the left side, so you might be able to expand yourself towards that position? But this is like a Hydra. You're playing against a Hydra. You kill one base, and 2 or 3 more grows out. So.
Yep. He's gonna need at least 10 more of those types of trades to feel like he can kind of get some ground underneath him. But we know 3-2 does quite well against 1-3 or 3-1. So for now, we know the answer to that. But as the game continues, it's just gonna be harder and harder. He's killing these probes at this point.
And those vultures, I think, especially in the bottom left corner, they have been sitting there for quite some time. So I wonder how many, like, they're at least, that's at least 15 probes kill, I think.
Yeah, so 11 kills on that one. Nice.
I reckon Dragon has been sending them, but he hasn't realized that they didn't, like, reach their destination. Or they did reach their final destination, but not
I mean,
their...
dude, he's still mining his nat because he got so many bases. He's still mining his nat. There's some minerals in his main as well. I feel like at this point, killing those probes just means more army, which means the next attack will kill Raz. But
big
recall
recall
coming. Yeah,
coming
12
up
o'clock.
also.
Oh, but
Actually, not
Raz
that
is in
big.
position. Yeah, he's in position. Yeah,
The
those
stasis
units are
is
gonna
actually the stasis is bigger than the recall. But Raz also needs to like. I think he should be glad there was no storm because this is pretty much
Yeah.
every SCV of Raz. I don't think he have that many on his third base because that's soon to be mined out. I think.
Yeah. Oh, and he takes out 11. Okay, okay. Well, the 10 trades that I said, he certainly did one of them, and then now killing this base, that's at least 3. So 6 more of these, and maybe, but so far, Raz, you know, showing his colors, and PSI wise, he's still girthy. That's 160, right? Not 100. My eyes are, yeah, that's 160. So
Yeah, I wonder at what time, like, yeah, as a product, you think like, okay, let's just switch over to carriers. Like he has the bases, he has the resources for it, but
yeah.
are you already like committed? You're so, on so many gates that
Oh.
even
Oh, the EMP!
See,
Oh, one more EMP if he can get one more. Nice. Wow.
like I'm not gonna call it, but if Raz can turn this around, I will be kind of like, is it a throw from DragOn?
Oh, really good EMPs.
Or is
Got
it
the
just
high Templars.
magnificent play from Raz? Like, I think it's both, but DragOn is, his army is so big, but in the last fights he hasn't been bringing his entire army.
Right.
So I'm not sure if there's like random units here and there. Like if you have 10 supply suddenly in the middle of the map or in the middle of your base doing nothing, that's a big chunk of your army at this point.
Yeah. Now it's gonna take a lot of time to completely kill 11 o'clock. Now here comes DragOn. That's a lot of tanks though. Out of okay.
Hold on. Okay, it's no stasis.
Yeah,
It's
DragOn
been-
doesn't
yeah.
have any of his spells. I think DragOn needs to counter Raz's main or something. This is a very scary Terran army to just fight straight up.
Also, that's 5th base for Raz. I don't think DragOn knows about it because he could just put some Dragoons on top of there, or maybe even storm the SCVs from the high ground.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't think he knows about it.
Yeah, I don't think he knows about it.
Oh, this is so good for DragOn.
He can stasis the ramp though, and then it doesn't. Can't come up with more units, but much. Can I do
Well,
it
the
though?
good news for Raz is this is where he wants to be defending because he's mining in these directions. But as DragOn kind of pivots to the right, this is kind of what I'm talking about. This is the movement that DragOn wants to do because now Raz is being forced to pivot, which is going to keep DragOn's bases running. But nice EMP again. Now Raz got more forces here. If Raz can somehow pinch this army, looks like DragOn's going to go for it.
EMP is still, we need a scan. No scans yet. Now
Yeah.
we realize, yeah.
This is a long
Good.
tank line. Oh,
Good storms from DragOn.
really good storms. Holy moly.
Gets most of the siege tanks. Now there are some isolated siege tanks on the left side. So DragOn recognized that and he just moves his army over there to clean that side up.
Ooh.
And maybe that was like 20 siege tanks or something from Raz.
Yeah, at least.
And you can see like the PSI plummet for Raz right there, and DragOn is now dominating. That was a trade DragOn needed. Cut off the life support of Raz.
Yeah.
I think a lot of SCVs has gone down right there.
Yeah, I mean,
Didio has the 5th base, but I don't think DragOn is nowhere close to like mine out any of his bases because he's not had them for that long, and Raz has been killing off the probes as well, so there's not a ton of probes, like just enough to keep them.
yeah. In a different reality, you know, even if he took out the 11 o'clock base, to your point, that really was the trade that DragOn was looking for because he whittle down that tank count so much with those storms. Really good. Oh, another recall here. This is definitely the nail in the coffin.
Where did you go? Yeah. Big storm.
Oh, and there's Raz doing a little bit of a reaction there. GG.
Yeah, I think some Polish bad words were going through his mind right there before he wanted he wanted to type them out. We all know the words. We are not going. This is a kid-friendly stream, so we will not say them here. Use
Hey,
your
you
own
gotta-
imagination.
Hey, hats off to Raz though. You gotta give it to him. He played well. He played really well, and hung in there. But I think Dragon came in a different form today.
Yeah, Raz definitely clawed his way back into this game, and he had a shot for the title. But Dragon just kept doing what he knows best: storming, building a massive army. He had just the perfect amount of arbiters as well, get some good stasis, isolate the army. Yeah, but the game went on for longer than I thought. Maybe even longer than both of these players thought as well. They were hard to kill in both ends.
Yep. Definitely a competitive match there. But hats off to Dragon for taking the first series here against Raz, taking it down 2-0.
Yeah, definitely 1 foot closer to the round of 16. I'm not sure if that's like a prize to get to the round of 16 if you see the players already waiting for you there. I would be happy just to participate in the round of 24, go back to your wife or girlfriend, told them how unlucky you were they didn't make it into round of 16, and then enjoy the rest of the day. Come back next season. I'm not sure. Our next players will be Tech and Isu. Are they ready? We don't know yet.
How's it for you,
me,
man?
Yeah, for me it's good. You can go.
Okay. All right, then if the players are ready, Matt, you want to say, do you have, maybe we can talk a little bit about these players and what we think before we jump in?
Well, we have the most pleasure of playing with Itsu in the 2 versus 2 scene.
Indeed.
And we know he's a strong Zerg in the 2v2 scene, but I also faced him in Gosu League around 17 or 16 or something in the semifinals, I think. So definitely a strong 1 versus 1 player as well. And Tech, I've been facing on the ladder for the last, I don't know, 10 years. He's a strong Chilean Protoss. With a couple of tricks up his sleeve, I think. I think he can play all sides. Like, he can cheese, he can play micro. Yeah, so I think Itsu needs to be on top of this game today if he wants to take down Tech. And like the elephant in the room, maybe some latency will come into play. We don't know. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah. I think both players will bring it today. It looks like Izu. This is the first photo I've seen of Izu, more panned out, and I don't know if it's Photoshop, but it looks like he's got some massive arms. First time I'm seeing Izu in this fashion. The one time I've seen Izu was for 2 versus 2 BSL in one of the videos that Intrepid created, and in that video he was wearing a BSL shirt, and then he did a heart. So in this photo, he's wearing a Punisher shirt and he's sporting his 2 large arms, which makes me think that for 1 versus 1 BSL, he might be bringing a different attitude. So I'm very curious to see what Izu brings. I'm a big fan of his in both 2 versus 2 and 1 versus 1. And DM Tech, also a very strong player from Chile. So this is going to be a square off between Izu from not Czechoslovakia. He's from Czech Republic, and Tech is from Chile. So very excited to see these two square off.
Definitely. So let's head into the game. And in the bottom right, oh sorry, on the right hand side, we have playing as the blue Zerg. We have Itsu. Now playing as the purple Zerg. Now switch back to the blue Zerg.
And in the bottom sort of left side corner here, we have DM Tech from Chile in red Protoss. Map is Dominator, 3-player map.
I think this is it's kind of balanced, I think, for Zerg and Protoss, but maybe it's easier for Zerg to actually get more bases, like 3 and 4 bases, and set up a lurker contain because of all those like pizza slices that's it's on the map.
Yep.
So I hope we get a long macro game here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a 12-minute attack push from Tech with the 2-1 upgrade to like a good strong Protoss timing. Yeah.
I'm kind of rooting for the same thing too, Mad. More of a longer econ macro style game. Looks like a forward gateway open here for Tech. And Izu, if I'm thinking of Izu correctly, he tends to go overpull, but looks like he's gonna go for an early hatch here instead.
Yeah, and Tech doing the nice scout on the left side to see if there's a Overlord. So he did see one, so he will go to cross the map and find Itsu on his first scout. Really, he was opening with a 12 hatch, and like the Salad, the forward gate, it doesn't kill you, but it definitely gives you an advantage versus a 12 hatch.
Yeah, because he's going for the 12 hatch here versus like the 11 hatch with 10 pool. It's going to be an 11 pool timing from Izu. So not as fast of a pool timing here against the early gateway. At this timing, I think the Zealot and Probe will get into Izu's mineral line prior to the Lings coming out. So name of the game here, I think, is for Izu to save as much as he can prior to the Lings coming out and take as little harassment as possible. But yeah, Tech with the Probe here doing his thing. Really annoying here as Zerg to have to deal with that.
Yeah, Itsu sending a drone towards Tech's base, so he will see the first Salad and knows what's coming. So that's definitely give you a mental ID or your mental preparation. Like, okay, I have to start micro my drones and I need to save up. It's also doing a great job, like trying to slow down, buying a few seconds for but it needs to be careful. Like, if this Salad suddenly turns into a Bonnet Salad, that drone's in some serious trouble.
Well, Izu for now showing off that it is indeed an Izu drone and keeping that drone alive, making those Lings. See if this Zealot gets any kills here. Hopefully, nice little dodge there, little dodge and weave.
Yeah, Tech kind of bugged out there for both players. Like as you can see, you kind of want to take out that Probe first because that's actually the real threat. It's dealing so much damage, so the Salad can just 2-punch the Zerglings, and it's cleaning up this so nicely. But Tech didn't send out a second Salad, which you normally do to harass the natural. And Itsu, I don't think he knows that, and he's actually droning behind this.
Yeah.
And now there's a second Salad coming, but that's quite late.
Yeah, Izu supply blocked at the moment. Okay, so he will send the 2 Lings here, but if Tech can keep the Zealot alive long enough, there is a secondary Zealot on the way.
That Salad and Probe killed 7 Zerglings.
Wow, yeah, definitely did their jobs.
And that's massive damage. And see if Tech can get a drone here as well. Yeah. Can I get... Okay, that wasn't that badly injured. Gets a drone and 7, maybe 8 Zerglings as well.
Yeah.
And just off the cost of two Salads. But I see Tech identifies as a JIRAIYA Terran because his wall is quite interesting. So it looks like he's just putting buildings down because it looks fun. Just like you try to do on the ramp.
He's creative. What do you want from him? He doesn't like just doing what everyone else does. He likes to do his own thing once in a while, man. I applaud that.
Give this man a color book. Let's see.
We got layer going down here for Izu, and Stargate here. Fast Stargate here for Tech. Maybe not fast, but just relative to that layer. Layer might be a little bit delayed, I guess. But 3 Zealots here. Nice creative wall there.
Yeah, the game is leveling out. Tech with a full scout there. He found where the third base were. Itsu going for the Spire. Everything looks pretty normal here. I'm not sure if Tech was doing +1 air attack as well, but he's going for it. So I think we'll see like a early. How many cells do you go with? 8 or 9 or something with 5-6 Corsairs?
Yep.
And this first Corsair is out, so I think it definitely can get maybe 1-2 kills. Maybe even 3, yeah. Needs to find
3.
Overlords though, yeah.
Yeah, 3 will be really good. I doubt it will be 3. If he can get 2, that's like really good too. If he gets 1, I think that'd be good too. But let's try to get the first one first.
I was like, there we have three Overlords in the main.
Okay, those are the 3 you need to get.
I was going to say I like Itsu's Overlord's placement because they were so far apart. So like if he killed one, he would have to like look for the other one.
Yep.
But maybe it just gets. I don't think you don't want to be too greedy here. So
yeah, Izzy knows how to spread them. Nice drone saturation across the 3 bases. Getting that 5th hatchery down at his 3rd. Yeah.
That's a quick evolution chamber. Is that what like? Do you think you're going to go +1 attack Hydra or go straight to Carapace?
Carapace. I think that's Carapace. He just planted a bunch of gas on something. Maybe it was Mutas.
Yeah, I saw Muta pop out.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe do you sometimes like make a few Mutas, maybe like 2 or 3, to force out more Corsairs, and then
he might
you just overwhelm with mass Hydras.
Yeah. I think that's what he's doing. I think he punched Kara on the Evo, because you're right, that's a quicker Evo. His name is Evo, so I think he's going for the Hydra and just making the handful of mutas. Now this is gonna... Okay, so he's still making the +1. I think he is doing what you said, waiting for 8 to 9 Zealots and then he's gonna hit. I think Izu's looking to defend this with just pure air and then follow up with Hydras. Which seems to be like the meta.
Yeah, so I think this is what like Seeki do. Like you do first like a 5 mutas.
Yes. Good point. Yep.
5 mutas to just keep the Zealots at home while you kinda build up the Corsair timing. So I don't think Tech will go until he has at least 7 Corsairs. So then you just sit back home and defend with Sunkens and upgrading.
But this is a DT variation, Mad. So I think the leg speed is actually going to come later. The DT is being out now. He should know this. He does see it. He already planted. Izu already planted a sunken in each base. So now he needs to think, okay, how can these DTs be effective? They can only be effective if Corsairs come and kill everything. So maybe this will get Izu to think about that. But for now, I don't think these DTs can do anything.
I'm looking at the drones in this natural. They looks like they're bugging out for some reason. They're not mining properly at the third base. I just saw that they had a big drone cycle, but you see they delivered and they go all the way around the hatchery. So I think that Sunken is actually like dealing more damage than good. Yeah,
you're right.
So let's see if Itsu recognizes that and maybe tries to fix his mining, because that's not optional.
Yeah, that's adding more than a second on the return time, the return cargo. That's a big
already
deal.
A high Templar out on the map. Like Tech is feeling pretty comfortable. Like, but this is not enough salvage to kill off. Oh,
that's a lot of Corsair though. Now.
Yeah, but now they're even. Guess
okay,
one.
That's huge. But with 2 Sunkens, he can't engage.
Oh, that's a good storm. That's a smart storm.
Yeah, really good storm. Let's pick off 2 more. 1 more.
Yeah, with the carapace from Itsu's side, like the +1 air attack from the Corsair doesn't really give attack the advantage anymore. And we can see that like the limit is fairly close as well. It's normal to see the Protoss be slightly ahead as soon as Zerg like gets in front of the Protoss. You know there's trouble.
Ooh.
Oh.
Straggler High Templar is being picked off in the middle of the map is certainly what Izu's looking for.
And like we know, like this is like one of Itsu's strength though, like especially in the 2v2 scene. Like he picks up the Templars.
Right.
Oh, but the Mutas are quite low, but he's denying the third base from Tech, and maybe saving the Mutas.
Yeah, the Hydras are gonna help against these Corsairs.
But they're so low, and Tech knows they're so low as well, so he can take this fight. I think that's like a big win for Tech right there, because now he knows all the Mutas are gone.
Right.
But Itsu is on 3 gas, so... But it seems like it's just Hydras for now.
Yeah, a bit even. I mean, the air was even, but those High Templars were erased. Now, there is another High Templar here, but Izu kind of already scanning for it. These 2 High Templars, in theory, could pick it off if he maneuvers it perfectly. Izu's so good at this stuff.
Yeah, he sees everything that's happening, and he has the +1 attack on the Hydras, so the Tempest die faster. Yeah, Tempest die a lot faster. Yeah, and forces Tech to retreat.
Now, so far, so good for Izu as far as picking off High Templars, but Tech is creating the separation to take that third base, and DT is sitting in that 1230 kind of position, so Izu's still sitting on 3 bases right now. Made more mutas to pick off this High Templar.
Ooh. Yeah, there's not that many Dragoons on the map yet, but big storm there from Tech, so all the mutas goes down into the red. And he's losing quite a lot of Hydras here. Like, he's taking the fight, but I think Tech just had enough at this moment. Like, you don't really want to overextend either, but there's some random Hydras here and there. And yet again, he forces Tech to go back, but third base gets online. It's not easy for Zerg to break this position with that many cannons and units on the high ground.
Yeah, Izu knows his window of opportunity is shortening as far as doing anything about that third base that Protoss is securing at the moment. As those cannons are warping, I think Izu is starting to realize that his window is actually not there.
And they get he gets another Templar. Maybe 2. Yeah, 2 for free, or not for free. He lost a couple of mutas. But
yeah,
the third base is like impregnable, I think, for Itzu right now. There's so many cannons up on the high ground.
Yep.
But at the cost, like, the Tech is not on that many gates. Like, I think you want to be on 8 gates or something before your third base, and I think it just went up to 8.
Ooh, beautiful dives on these High Templars. Izu just making it real scrappy. Picking off that last one, really nice pickoffs there. Now, the PSIs are really low, but in spots like this where Izu's also taking a 4th, picking off the high gas units like High Templars is really critical. But I want to see more drones being made from Izu if he wants to keep making this game progress into sort of late game. I want to see him. He's doing a good job of picking off those High Templars, which really just gives him more time before Tech comes out again, as far as like a consolidated push. But
I was going to give him credit for his drone count, because you saw the 4th base was already saturated. So
yeah,
he's definitely making drones. Yeah. And he had the Queen's Nest on the way, so we'll be seeing going into the Hive. And that's our wish getting granted, that I think like it gets to the mid to late game.
Yep.
First lurkers out on the map, but there's so many cannons on this base.
Yeah,
so
Izu really being aggressive here. Maybe recognizing there's no obs.
Yeah, it turned out great. It went from an Itzu lurker to a Julia lurker, so it's causing a lot more damage than you would expect. So great job there.
That's a compliment. Julia lurkers tend to do a lot. But
Definitely, man. I'm not a hater. I recognize greatness.
For some reason, I sense a touch of sarcasm there, but I'll continue here with Izu. I'm nervous about Izu. I don't know why I'm still nervous. All these things are good, but this is still a 3-gas Protoss. So the more and more this kind of happens, where Izu's kind of like at the front gate of tech, it just makes me nervous because I don't know. A 3-base Protoss is always scary, especially when you have like these small bits of units that's kind of holding them back. That really, until he gets observers, he can steamroll through your. But he's doing a good job of harassing that 3rd base, getting this front line beefier. Yeah, I mean that's not a 3-base Protoss if he's not mining the minerals there. So.
Definitely not, and like it started out as a small lurker contain. More and more lurkers are coming, and some of the armies of tech are isolated, but he has a lot of high Templars, so I don't think there will be any trouble for tech to get out of this contain.
Oh, it's so close. I feel like tech has just enough to break out of this.
Like we saw tech there was up in 140 supply, and he's also 2-1 upgrade, so his units are quite strong, but this lurkers is doing a lot of work, and we are reaching the 16-minute mark, which means the main should be dried out soon, and when you get close to the 20-minute mark, the natural is going to get dried out. So tech is also kind of on the clock. Like he will be looking for a 4th base, and I think that will be the gasless expansion outside of his base that will be like the easiest to hold.
Yeah, I mean, tech doesn't have a lot of zealots. Izu's got a nice surround here. He's got the +2 power spike on those hydras. He's gonna surround this army here. Really nice army control here from Izu. Nice storms here from tech as well, thinning this group out. But with the high ground, slight high ground here for Izu, I think he's gonna have enough to push this back. I mean, it's only Dragoons left. 1 zealot in the fray. Maybe just enough here for tech.
Yeah, like you said, very little zealots in that army, and I think Itsu made the most out of it. Like he picked off the Dragoons and the Archons.
Yeah, and that DT.
I think it's about. It doesn't have any kills, but I think it's time to get rid of that. So, but in all of this, we can see he's taking a 5th base, Itsu. So still looking healthy. Main mined out, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be really hard for Izu to defend his 5th base. But tech doesn't have too much, so if these Sunkens do get up, which it looks like they will, but Izu needs to be careful of being too thinned out at these other bases. As tech gets his 4th base up, he will continue to feed this army, but with hive tech and adrenaline glands for those lings being done presumably any minute now, defilers are already out. I mean, yeah, this is a goon heavy army. He's gonna have to get some really good storms here to break this.
Yeah, the storms are good, but like you said, goon heavy army. Not very much to clean up the lurkers under the dark swarm. Ooh.
Wow, look at that TT.
That's annoying. And he saves it. That's a great job for tech there.
Yeah.
What I would like to see in more TVP is actually more drop play. I feel like Zergs are not dropping enough because in the late games there are no Corsairs and Protoss usually leave their main unprotected. So when you have the cracklings, you can just fill up like 8 overlords or something, and you kill off the gates so fast.
Nice reaction here from Izu. High Templars, ooh, that's a really good first storm. If he can keep storming that position there, that's going to do a really effective job against these melee units from Izu. But not enough units here from tech.
Yeah, just 1 lurker as well, but tech realized it will cost him more than his winning to move up that ramp. Also with the Nidus Canal, Itsu can come with the reinforcement quite quickly.
Yep. Yeah, as this game continues, really nice. I was worried about that 5th base for Izu, but planting that that Nidus Canal and 2 Sunkens there certainly makes me feel better for Izu for that 5th. And looks like Izu's trying to take a 6th base at the upper portion of the map, which is only going to give another area for Tech to have to decide to maybe even push on. So nice decision here from Izu. Denying the 5th base attempt from Tech here at the same time. Yeah, I'm liking Izu's spot.
Yeah, he used to have some units here and there picking up probes, trying to get out and have a 5th base. Tech realized that, and he wants to like clean those units up.
Expensive play for one goon.
Maybe I saw one Dragoon had 16 kills, so maybe try to target that one to. I wasn't the one. I remember a replay for like maybe 15 years ago. It was a TVP, and this pro.
Oh, that goon had 17. That one had 17.
I think it was 10th best or something. He killed 36 units, one Dragoon, because the Terran was doing BBS in the middle. So we had like one Dragoon and 2 battery shield or something, and kept killing off the Marines with range. It was just crazy.
That's fun. Well, Izu doing his thing. Still up in supply lead for Tech, but as more of these Hive units come out, nice storms here from Tech denying this, but Izu's looking to Plague here, Plague down these units, soften them up a little bit.
Yeah, more Defilers comes into play, like you said. I think he just wants to Plague, plague the units, maybe Scout.
Yeah.
I saw first Reaver crawling into the battle, and I think in the late game PvC you're definitely gonna need maybe two Robotniks to get more Reavers out. You also want to maybe have some Robotniks at your expansions.
Right.
Some random, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good spot for him to plant or Robo too.
Tech listening in to our advices. We definitely know what we're doing, the backseat drivers.
Well, Tech is going to have a tough time dealing with this swarm style that is just inevitable at this stage of the game when Zerg has Hive and all these hatcheries. So Tech is going to have to do a good job of kind of making the right decisions. Unit allocation, army allocation. Looks like Izu's looking to kind of do a multi-attack here. Defiler getting into position, looking to cut down into this angle. Nice Plague onto this Reaver, but really well defended position here already for Tech. It's hard to kind of go into it when you're Izu here.
Looks like Izu just trying to get into a nice position, maybe burrow some lurkers, and then flood all his units. You can see a stream of blue line coming down in the middle now. Tech is doing exactly what he needs to do in this type of, if you want to call it a turtle game, like he can't really attack into Izu. So what's better response, attack and lose your army, or just build up a massive army and take bases behind this and get hundreds of Reavers. So Tech is definitely doing that. He's taking this to the long game because he knows he can't really attack anywhere.
Yeah, and even though Izu sent all those units to this position, Tech doing a really good job. Oh, and doing the drops like you said. Zerg doesn't often prepare for these things. Really nice drop there. Those types of moves are like the game changers. It's what prohibits Izu from really exploding. Now, a lot of units here coming down from Izu. Izu still has over 50 drones. It's worth noting, but those moves those moves add up. Nice pick off on the Reaver.
Yeah, great save there, and a massive storms on those Zerglings. And we can see Tech now kind of like is exploding in the population. And with that drop, he's forcing Izu to make another round of drones, which you don't really want to do. You want to produce units off all of your hatches.
Right. Yeah, and Tech also kind of keeping Izu honest, just throwing 9 units at the 12 o'clock position just to kind of take a poke, and Izu needed to respond with a swarm. Both players just very high level, kind of understanding sort of what it takes to try to throw their opponents off. You know, some of these moves are just to seek information. I think 2 mutas are above that 5 o'clock, 5th base position for Protoss. Yeah, Guardians there. It's another Julia tactic that is high level.
I'm glad you said it.
I stopped you before. I knew you were, so.
I was thinking it as soon as I saw the mutas. But it's a great, like I mentioned previously, that all the Corsairs are gone, so he either have to rely on Storms or reproduce those Corsairs.
Yeah.
And the Guardians will have extra armor, I believe, since he's already on the +1 carapace.
Oh.
And these are some massive wins for Tech, because I feel like Isu is more on the clock than Tech is in this type of game. Because when the Protoss is building up that massive army and just sitting on those those number of bases, it's scary for a Zerg player to just sit there and wait. Like, you have to eliminate those bases, and I think Isu is trying to do that, but Tech is defending really well.
Yeah, I mean, those Guardians are going to work, but the trades are definitely in Tech's favor. He's killing more units with less, and I think that's sort of the defensive benefit that you're always going to have when you're sort of catching the Zerg versus, you know, attacking into Zerg. You're going to have the advantage, but definitely not, you know, Izu is growing. He is... he needs to drone up that base a little bit more, but he did take that 11 o'clock base. Whoa!
What?
Heck, GGing. Wow! Holy moly!
What?
Okay. I mean, those Guardians, he had no answer for Guardians, man. There were no Corsairs, there were no Storms.
Yeah, but he had a massive bank, and like he had a lot of units as well.
But Izu doing a real good job sort of mid-game into late game. It's like a disaster mid-game. When he makes all those Hydras, you got to really execute with your Storms. You can't lose your High Templars. But at the same time, late game, it's like you got to deal with Defilers and being all over the map and just being really disciplined with your army. So yeah, I'm very curious how Tech responds.
Yeah, it's Tech's map pick. I think the players are ready. So let's see if he's reset his mind. Not ready. And Tech, he picked Vermeer. I think that's just pretty much standard map, really, like a modern fighting spirit.
Yeah.
I don't think Vermeer is that special, to be honest. Like, it has most of the feature that you have on the other maps, but
yeah, I mean, per the statistics here, it looks like there's a little bit of an edge for Protoss against Zerg, so I guess that makes sense why you chose it.
Yeah,
but it looks to be pretty evenly distributed. Like, it's pretty even.
You're thinking Tech is a numbers guy then, like it's the 60 sets. He's been looking at every map and like this slight edge.
I like this map as Zerg, so it kind of. I'm not a numbers guy, so when I see that, I'm kind of surprised. But
no, you're more the color book type of guy.
Yes. I can barely read. So.
Crushing those colors, not the numbers. Well, what do you think we'll see here? Do you think Tech will go the same opener like Forget? I feel like isn't it map maybe if you get cross spawn, the travel distance is too long. Yeah. It's like maybe like 25 seconds or something. So if it's easy to open for another 12 hash, I think it will be slightly ahead.
Right.
That's last game I mentioned that Tech's second salad was quite late, but his Nexus was super fast. Yeah. So I think that's why. So
yeah, I if I'm Tech, I'm feeling pretty confident about that first Zealot at least. And I'm thinking, hey, maybe I'm gonna send that second Zealot, and hey, maybe I'm gonna send a third Zealot, or maybe I'm gonna make a second gateway and just keep sending more Zealots and try to kill this guy early because he's so strong in mid game and late game. I don't know, but if I'm Tech, I'm thinking I had success early game with my Zealot. Maybe I put more mustard on this thing in game 2.
Yeah, maybe we'll see even a proxy gate in the middle. Okay, the players are ready. And in the top left corner, we have Isu up 1-0 versus Tech, playing as the blue Zerg.
And in the top right position, we have ourselves in red, the Protoss DM Tech from Chile.
I like this overlay from Zero, that we don't have to see every Protoss playing magenta, because Bonnet is picking that color. It's more... what I would say, like it's better to see red versus blue.
Hold on, has he always been doing that, or just this season? I feel like that's a newer thing.
No, I think it's always.
Always? Oh.
Especially ever since you could pick the colors. Remember, it's much more important that we get more colors than a 2 versus 2 ladder on the Battle.net. Yeah.
As someone who's colorblind, I really don't appreciate that from Blizzard. Hello, Tech. There's Tech. There he is.
Tech is looking sharp. Tech is thinking, hello guys, I will be your captain today. If you look to your left, you will see a dead Zerg base.
Or Tech just kind of showing proof that he's not drunk and high for leaving early last game.
Yeah, we need
I am sober.
We need to prove that he didn't die or that his computer crashed.
Yes.
Is this a 12-max? No, he saw the overpull from Isu. I think Isu might be thinking that he was going to do a forward gate again, so this time he went overpull.
He'll forge here? Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think he wanted to do a 12-max because he
floated.
He did get the first scout, but he floated a little money, but that doesn't matter because your forge timing and cannon will be on time anyway. So he will still have the time to put down the Nexus first and then add cannons later. Great block here from Tech.
Yep. But nice pivot there from Izu, also planting, wasting no time to get that hatchery down in his third, anticipating that movement. Overlord does scout this, so...
I do think you have time to put, or maybe if not with those close spawns, but I do think you can put the Nexus first and then immediately start the cannon when you have the resources for it.
Yeah, I think the forge was just such an awkward timing because, to your point, he was probably going for the 12 next first. Making the cannon here first, I don't really hate. It's a respectable Nexus timing still. Gets the gateway down. He's comfortable just keeping that cannon open. It's already done. He knows the 4 Zerglings are on the way, or at least 5 Zerglings.
Tech spent a few minutes on Team Liquid searching for Protoss walls, so he's doing the correct adjustment for this game.
Once in a while we put in the extra minutes to do that research, man, in between games. Creative players, that is.
I use that to fill up my cup. I'm not sure what you other guys are doing. Playing makes me thirsty. And another thing on Wermere, like Tech's wall, as a Protoss, you can put a forge and a gate like that. But as a Terran, you can't fit the barrack where the gate is.
Right.
Isn't that stupid? The egg is in the way.
Yeah.
Makes zero sense.
Boo-hoo for Terrans.
Yeah, we need to boost Terran. Terran's not strong enough race. Tech poking a little bit here. 3-hatch Hydra from Itsu. He's blocking the ramp. He also killed the probe that was scouting. So
yeah, Tech. I can tell from his facial mannerisms that he's a little bit frustrated right now. When he lost that probe at 9 o'clock, he definitely made an emotion. I'm sure people in chat noticed that. So right now he's a little bit frustrated, visibly, because of that. And so with these 2 Zealots, he will sort of poke out. He will confirm that Izu doesn't have link speed. That could be an indicator of, I think, multiple things, Hydra's being one of them. So Tech kind of poking out and then going back home here, realizing that maybe he's flying too close to the sun. But had he kept going, he definitely would have learned more. But he did.
Citadel is super fast, so this is going to be some quick DTs. But
Itsu
already there. Itsu is already there with 2 Overlords. So even though Tech picks up 1, he still have the other one to deal with, so I don't think it's going to be easy for him to sneak out.
Yeah, Tech is visibly stressed right now. I can tell he has no idea what's going on. He's got that second gas mining very quickly, but he knows in the back of his mind that if Izu's doing what he's doing, then he might be in trouble. So yeah, I think he needs to blindly make a third one. There's nothing else that he can do. He's already making the Templar Archives, he's making the Corsair, but without a third cannon with more warping, I don't see him surviving this first. Yeah, I mean, this is already... He's getting range right now for Izu. Speed's already done.
Yeah, range is on the way, but like the cannons are not forward, so
yeah,
he can't really like jump on top of them quite yet. But now he sees the bad news. He saw the Hydras, and he will be flooding as many cannons as possibly can. I think at least we need like, well, depends if Izu is committing or if he's just making a few Hydras and then droning behind this.
Yeah. I mean, Izu's definitely not committing because he's keeping some Hydras back against that Corsair that he was anticipating, so...
You're forcing him to make a lot of cannons.
Oh, he is
also,
committing.
I think he just wants to get the front cannon so he can focus down the Forge and the Gate.
Okay, yeah. Makes sense.
But Tech stopped the +1, so they're laying that for quite some time. And he might get the Gate as well before the DT comes out, and then Tech... I don't think he have gates ready in his main yet.
Right.
So the DT, the entire plan of Tech is super delayed right now.
Yep.
No Storm, no DT, no +1. Of course, Izu doesn't know this, so for all he knows, it could be 6 gates behind this and this massive salad. I know I lose a lot of CVP games in this matter because, whoa, I kill your Forge. Now I have to make 10 drones, and then I get 14 salads in my base. I was like, what? Why?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say once you cancel that +1, it's such a big advantage for you, but then it's like, but I just died to 10 Zealots. Like,
yeah, I know.
What advantage? Okay, DT. That's pretty big.
Yeah,
that's
it looks
pretty
like
big.
He saw it though, so now he just needs to put Overlords and have some. But no Hydras in the natural as of yet though. So he needs to be careful because like one DT can be game winning and game ending for Tech.
Yeah, I don't like how Tech has so much gas right now. I'd rather him invest in things like Double Forge. Maybe he just spent a lot of gas, so he's definitely getting Storm upgrade somewhere.
Yeah,
but,
he is double forge, and like you said, he was and he was floating a lot of gas because he didn't have any gateways.
Okay.
So is this range? This looks like this is Storm Dragoon.
Yep.
1-1 go, I think. So that can catch Izu off guard, but he's going up to 6 hatcheries, so I think soon he will be saturated enough just to start making Hydras. I don't know if he has Lair and Spire behind this to snipe those Templars like he did the last game.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the Lair is only midway through right now. Oh, Vermund's done. Okay.
Yeah, but no Muta switch. We can see that he's still on just 2 gas. So it looks for now that it's going to be just mass Hydras. But I think this timing from Tech could be really strong. The observer timing is on point. Usually around the 10-minute mark is when you have Hydra lurkers. So you want to have your observer there. So I think maybe Tech will go after 1 or 2 more rounds of Dragoons, and then when you have like 12 Dragoons, you just pump out Salads. Just make 1 or 2 rounds of Salads and then just go focus down with the Dragoons on the lurkers. And he will have at least 2 storms per Templar, so it's going to be a strong push from Tech.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always nervous in this spot. I know Protoss is brewing, but I don't know exactly when he's going to come out. So this is definitely going to be an indicator for Izu that he's looking for a timing here. He can pick off a Storm. Okay, 1 pick off there on a High Templar, but for 7 Hydras. 8
Yeah,
or
2
9.
good Storms there from Tech, and he only loses one Templar. And the other Templar still has 1 Storm in it.
Yeah.
Gets the Observer though, so that's delaying Tech a little bit. Like, Tech can't really like move out without knowing if there are lurkers. We of course know there isn't, but... Ooh. Great dodge.
Yeah, way to bait the storm there for Izu. But this is a delicate timing here. That Protoss number will grow. Picks off a goon there. Every pick off on a goon is big. Just cracks away at the ball. Taking advantage of that high ground. Picks off 2 more there for Izu. I like these moves.
Definitely have the numbers though. Like his supply is quite high, so I think just add more salads for this army, and then you can just push up that ramp.
Yeah,
he used to have a lot of units, but he's spread a little thin here and there. Like there's a couple of Hydras here and there. He isn't really like set up for engagement right of now.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's worth noting these little moves that Izu's doing and drawing those storms, it just takes away Tech's ability to just attack. So for Tech to continue to bank behind this, I mean, his forces are growing and he's taking a third behind this. I really like this from Tech. Very smart play. He's got the 1-1 upgrades now. Now he might be deciding to breach through this. He's got at least 3 storms. A couple of mutas out here as well for Izu. But this number, this timing here, this 1-1 timing from Protoss, it's going to be deadly. It's going to be real tough for Izu to deal with this. He's going to have to kill those High Templars to thin out the storms. A lot of investment here on mutas, at least 10 mutas here for Izu. So Izu's definitely going to have to make that money investment, that investment pay off by killing probably at least 4 High Templars. If you can kill all of them,
yeah, 9 is the magic number as well, that you want to have to one-shot the Templars.
Okay.
And we didn't see the Forge for... Oh! Or is it 10 when they have armor? It's 2.
Wow.
3. Also gets the storm of the on the salad. But there's a big supply for Tech, and I don't think it's to quite now realize how much of an army Tech have. So I'm scared he's to kind of underestimate the power of this Protoss army. And like you said, he's taking a third behind this as well. And 3 base versus 3 base. You as a numbers guy, is that good for Zerg or bad for Zerg?
Well, I don't know when I became the numbers guy, but I know attacking into this many cannons is definitely not good for Izu. I like the aggression from Izu, but man, this is a lot of Protoss and any AoE. I mean, there's 1 storm and that already took away so much health from those Hydras up top. This Protoss army is going to carve through this like sashimi.
I think I would kind of like use this opportunity to back off this fight. Like he cleaned the left side, so he had the opportunity to retreat earlier. But kind of overstayed his welcome and maybe participate in the battle a little bit too long.
Yep.
And we can see Tech has been having like a DT on the left side of the base of the 9 o'clock, just now getting picked off. And I think he needs to at least send 1 or 2 drones down there trying to expand.
Yep. Yeah, there was 3 kills on it already.
A lot of lurkers here from Mitsu, but he needs to get them set up before Protoss can get up on this high ground. Oh,
he's gonna get right in his face here, but
huge
storms on your face. Pretty good. 1 observer retained.
All the lurkers goes down. Still a big army for Protoss here, and he now have the upper hand on the 3rd base. But there's some sunkens there, so Tech can't really just can't go for it. It's not unprotected.
Well, he's gonna go for it here, Mad, and
it's casting curse.
So. No, I mean, I think Tech knows exactly where he is. He's got these High Templars. He knows these storms are gonna do what they need to do, and so he's gonna soften that up. He's gonna keep going into this position here. Izu rallying troops like a madman, calling the GG.
Yeah, we could see at the camera there that Itsu is
Tech with
not-
the victory.
Yeah, not happy. I think Tech was just stretching. That was his first game of the tonight. He probably woke up 2 hours ago or something. I'm not sure the time zones, but he just woke up. He haven't had his morning coffee yet, or his morning cigarette. So first game was a warm-up game for Tech, and now we see this battle heating up. Both players are warmed up, 1-1, everything to play for. So yeah, it's going to be Itsu's pick for the third map.
Any predictions on which map he's gonna pick? What's a good Zerg map? Nice open map. I feel like
I want to see Dark Origin.
Dark Origin.
I don't know why that map is not played that much, because we haven't seen it that much yet in the round of 24. Usually,
we haven't.
But it's been so much TVT, and most times been picking like Pantheon and Radeon, like big 4-player maps.
Yeah.
But I like maybe CVP on Dark Origin, because you have those small ramps, so it's not easy for a big Protoss army to come up. And then you also have the high ground on the 4th base. So I like it for Zerg though. But why no? Okay, the players are ready, and Itsu went for Radeon. 2024, so Itsu can identify as whatever he wants to do. So if he wants to identify as a Terran player, that's okay for me.
So is Radeon a Terran favored map? Is that what you're saying?
And no, not really. Not in my opinion though, because I find it so hard to take a third base on Radeon,
Yeah.
especially versus Protoss though. Because
of that extra bridge that you have to cover in addition to the choke.
The choke doesn't really have that many buildable terrain, like the tiles where you can put down some turrets. So whenever you try to set up, you just get crushed by a 140 supply army, and yeah.
Well, okay. Well, both players tied up here, 1-1, going into a best of 3, game 3, in the winners match here.
We have in the bottom right corner, we have Tech with the fast scout.
And in the bottom left, we have Izu from the Czech Republic in red, a Zerg player, also on the left side on the video camera there on your screen. So that'll be Izu on the left and Tech to the right. Both players very animated. I gotta say, Tech gives off more emotions with his eyes. He definitely is an emotional, or gives off more emotion. Izu looks to be more like the silent type, kind of focused. You know, you see his eyes moving all over the place. He's definitely a dynamic player. Definitely likes to take a look at his mini-map. Definitely has good mini-map awareness.
You see what Izu had on the front of his t-shirt?
No, I was busy looking at his eyes. What's his shirt say?
No, it doesn't say anything, but it's like the meal between Jesus and his disciples.
The Last Supper? Is that what you're talking about?
The Last Supper.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm not sure who the Judas is in this situation.
Well, Matt, I don't know, but like, did you see that 2vs2 video? I mean, you're in it as well. That Intrepid created with Izu in it.
No,
you know what?
I'm not sure.
What I'm referencing?
No, I'm not sure.
The video.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Well, in that video, Izu is super like cute. Like he does like a whole heart thing, right? In his little video, his little intro, he does like a heart, and he's wearing a BSL t-shirt. But here in 1vs1 BSL, I feel like he's bringing a different attitude. He's wearing the Last Supper. To me, my interpretation of that is DM Tech, this is your last supper. After this, you're done. In the image before, I think he might have photoshopped it and made his arms look bigger, and he's wearing the Punisher t-shirt. I don't know. I don't know about you, Matt, but he's bringing a different attitude, and I like it.
Yeah, I think you're definitely on something. And if you do remember the picture Itsu sent us in the Discord channel of his back, so
yes.
He is a big and strong guy.
He's been pumping the iron.
Why
he's been training for BSL ProLeague.
You know, no disrespect, but you know he's been carrying a Wave for all these years.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So Wave sitting on his back for all these years. Yeah. But I think that's why it's to play more 1vs1. That's his rest days. So yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's a small player.
Yep. Well, we're gonna see this probe dancing around here from Tech, and subsequently drones trying to shoot down the probe as well. Tech doing a good job keeping it alive. Nexus down, cannon down. This was a forge open here from Tech. Third base up here for Izu.
Yeah, Tech keeping that probe alive a lot longer than he did the last game. He definitely doesn't want to have Hydra push. I think, even though he dealt with it quite fine, I think he wants to have like a normal layer game with Spire and whatnot.
Yep.
And Tech pretty much, he got away with murder here. He opened Forge, did the Nexus, then the cannon and the gate, and we just saw the first salad came out. So like everything is a bit faster than we've seen the previous game.
Got it. Well, Izu will see that Zealot coming out, so he is responding to it. So although Tech has a little bit of a boost here as far as what he's gotten away with, Izu knows. Second Zealot here for Tech, second cannon also going down.
Oh yeah, the probe went out and scouted the third and then died at the natural, so he still doesn't really know if it's a Hydra bust. So I think it's like normal to put down like at least one more cannon, and at least then you won't die that quick.
Yep. Definitely a calculated risk here from Tech as far as how far he's extending those two Zealots. Making the second cannon here makes him feel a little bit more at ease. Corsair being on the way, Spire being planned here from Izu. So pretty standard. Or no Stargate. No, there is a Stargate. Never mind.
And sometimes you send out those early salads, like 2 or 3 salads. You also force out more Zerglings, which is kind of what the reaction you want from the Zerg. And the more Zerglings he make, the less drones he has.
Right.
But it looked like it's didn't identify it as danger, so I don't think he overcommitted on the Zerglings and only made maybe like a couple more. I think he have like 6 or 8 or something out on the map.
Yeah, definitely liking the drone to Ling ratio at the moment for Izu.
And that's like just, you only like need 6 Zerglings to deal with 2 salads. Unless they are behind a mineral line, then you need 8.
Yeah, it's either that or Bonnet Zealots. You need like 5 to 1. But second Zealot here done for Tech, and he's got the Citadel, so maybe more of a Zealot leg variation along with this Corsair composition. Now, Cybernetics Core is not spinning, so maybe he's not going to invest in +1 air. Oh, he is. Okay, a little bit late there on that.
You reminded him and that it wasn't spinning, so... And it looks like he's going to get at least 2 Overlords, is it now? Yeah, I think 2.
That's pretty good.
Itsu is on 2 gas, which tells me like he's going to have to commit a little bit on the Mutas, and we see a lot of gas being spent. So I think we'll see a few Mutas. No cannon at the natural yet, but we have 3 Corsairs and a cannon in the main.
Yeah, that's something Machine noted a lot last week in our casting. A lot of the Protoss players were not making their Nat cannon. They were making this one in the main, but they weren't making their Nat. And we were kind of thinking about why that was the case. Mad, do you have any reasons for that? Like why Protoss players are not making cannons in their Nat?
Like my first thought would be like you pretty much maybe have a little range coverage from little coverage from if the Mutas overextend, and then you would have the Corsair kind of helping you in the natural.
Right.
But in your main you don't have those initial cannons, so it's better to be safe than sorry. But again, we saw Tech with a lot faster second gate this game, so +1 already done and a few salads already moving out. But we see there's still already a lot of Hydras from Isu, but I don't think he will have like speed and range done by this push is coming.
Yeah, this is a classic like first 2 games I think Izu opened Mutas and Scourge. This game he opened Scourge into what looks to be 6 hatchery Hydra. So you got to think against this. Okay, he's going for the Archon here. So this will be Zealot, Archon, and Corsair. against 6-hatch Hydra. So I think in theory, Zerg has the advantage.
Yeah, it's only 3 cannons, and even though we can see the supply of tech is quite high,
he's not trying to push, is he? I can't. Izu can't push this.
Because I think he can, because like the wall for tech is giving Itsu a little advantage, as long as he can't come out of that wall and like deal with the zealots.
Right. But this will be good though, because this is going to deter Izu from putting any frontal pressure. I was kind of thrown off by why Izu was pushing. So this is definitely the right move here for tech, because Izu's army was out.
Here from tech.
Yeah.
He also forced a pullback for Itsu. He sent 12 back, which is leaving the other 12 vulnerable back at home.
Yeah.
And Tech realized that he's actually in a good position of canceling those cannons just in the nick of time. So yeah, I'm liking Tech's position here.
Yeah, I mean, Tech definitely has the advantage right now because he was able to keep Izu from doing anything, and he's killing Overlords right now. And I think this information is also helping Tech realize that he doesn't want to go Zealot Archon. He wants to make Storms because he's against 6-hatch Hydra. So in so many more ways than just one, this is really good for Tech because he knows exactly what he needs to do. Because he sees exactly what Izu's doing with his larva. So yeah, this is, I mean, he's still making Archons. Like in this spot, are you just gonna power through?
Looks like he's like just relying to making massive ball of Protoss army.
Yeah.
Maybe a Templar or two, because he does have Storm, and Itsu has been supply blocked for a good minute or two.
Oh man, this is gonna be so rough for Izu. This is a lot of units though, but all it takes is just a couple of
how do you
storms.
fight this? There's no lurkers.
Yeah, I don't know. He's gonna have to maneuver. I mean, this is what you want to do. Very nice from Izu, drawing off those storms.
Can I get this last one? Oh, two more are coming, and we did a little drone circle here. I think Tech had a good timing. I don't think he initially meant to do a timing attack, but he hit the right moment when Itsu was droning up.
Yeah.
A little bit. And Itsu is floating so much gas, and like with 1 or 2 lurkers here, you hold off this so easy.
Right.
So Itsu.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
double in supply. Every Overlord is dying.
Yeah.
Tech did a great job. I don't think like Itsu made any clear errors.
I disagree. I think his biggest blunder was sending his Hydras to DM's to Tech's Nat. He didn't have enough to, unless he was trying to go kill him. I don't know why he did that. His Scourge scouted the Corsairs and the +1 being made. Now he only saw the 1 Corsair being done when he saw that, but he had to think that. And there's a GG call. Oh man, I feel for it for Izu. Tech though, he looks really just overwhelmed with emotion. Both players just so vested.
Yeah, Tech, like I said, used the first game to warm up, and now you can see like maybe he's like me. Every time it's a tournament game or something, I just tell my opponent, just let me know when you're ready, and I'll come to the computer. I don't need 6 hours warm up. First game is the warm up game. Always been. So I think Tech is the same way, and now he will face off versus DragOn in the winners bracket. And Itsu will go up against Ras, which is kind of going to be fun though. So then we get a PvP and we get a TVC. So then we get all the matchup pairs. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, good point. Good point.
And I'm not sure, but I kind of feel like Tech's strongest matchup maybe is PvC or PvT. And I think DragOn is fairly strong PvP, I believe. At least from what I've seen on streams. I don't know. Yeah,
that's a good point. I mean, I think because DragOn was race picking for a big part of his tenure in BSL, I don't know if I think PvP is his best, but yeah, DM Tech, I've seen him play some really strong PvPs too. His macro-oriented styles in PvZ and PvT will translate in PvP, which I think will almost be like a toe-to-toe with DragOn, who also similarly goes for more of a macro style. So I think these two facing off in a PvP will be interesting because both of them play kind of big, macro-oriented, which should, bode for good games. So yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go for sure. I need something to drink.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break here, and then we'll be back. But stay tuned. Go grab a drink or something. Stay hydrated, and we'll be back. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back, guys, from a short break. We had to get some nourishment for this excellent cast. These players are exhausting to cast because there's so much happening in this game. In our next round, we have DragOn. Yeah, DragOn going up versus Tech in the winners bracket. And the first map is going to be Radeon in this exciting PvP.
Yeah, I've been reading during the break. I was reading the or while you were getting your slices of bread, Mad. I was reading the chat, and there were a lot of polarizing comments. A lot of people saying, "Oh, Izu's got no chance because Tech is so much better." "Oh, Tech has no chance against DragOn because DragOn is so much better." "Oh, Izu's so good, Tech has no chance." Like it's a very polarizing. So now we're gonna see Tech against DragOn, in which there's forces on both sides saying that either are just too strong. So we'll see the best of those two face each other. But honestly, I think it's going to be super competitive. I think this is going to go 2-1 either way. And it's hard to say which one I'd give it to because both have showed very strong performances here. Now, DragOn did finish 2-0 against Raz, but it wasn't like it wasn't competitive. It wasn't like a dominating 2-0. Raz, definitely showed up in both games where it was close. And obviously we just saw the series with Tech and Izu at 2-1. Any predictions here, man?
Well, I'm going to be surprised if Guy in the chat got something right for once, but let's leave it to the experts. That's why we are casting and you're in the chat. So I think we're going to see an exciting game. I hope, like the previous PvPs I've been casting, we are seeing a lot of 2 gates. So, but I don't really know the type of styles they have in the PvP. Like you said, they're both macro orientated. So I hope we could see a long game as well.
Yeah. I think we're both rooting for long games here. So did we jump into game 1 already here, or do we need to keep talking? Okay, we're in the game here. So spawning here in the top right is DragOn. In blue, our Canadian Protoss, my blue chip Protoss from NA.
And in the bottom left corner, we have the Chilean Protoss Tech. I think both these players have been been in the scene for quite some long time. And I think it's funny because even though we have been playing for like 10, 15 years, you always hear about this, this guy is up and coming and he's a great talent, blah, blah, blah. But we've been playing for 10 years, so I'm not sure if our talents are that great. But Tech is definitely up and coming. I'm not sure how much he's been playing in the ProLeague, but he's definitely been steady in the Ghost Leagues.
Yep.
And DragOn is a BSL veteran, as we can see. He even took he was a champion of BSL 14, I just saw.
Yep.
So some veteran players here with lots of experience between the players and between the casters, and we are here to share our wisdom and thoughts. So we will say one thing and the players will do another. That's how it goes.
Very, very nicely put there, Matt. I couldn't agree with you enough. I think the way that you kind of presented it with Tech, he is definitely a newer. He's not as much of a veteran as DragOn, who's definitely a namestay in the Pro League. But if you want to be one of the more premier Protosses, you will not be one of those premier Protosses without getting through tiers of Protosses like a DragOn. So this is definitely going to be a test for Tech in the form of a PvP to sort of mount himself as one of the premier Protosses. But DragOn, like I said, and like you said, he's a vet in Pro League. He's got a lot of accolades, and Tech really has a test here. Now, both players looks to be in a very mirrored situation here. Both unit counts are the same, PSIs are the same, money is literally the same. Cross map.
Very identical builds here, and I like that it's cross map. That maybe gives us a bit of wiggle room for more open battles in the middle of the map, instead of kind of like sneaking around. And I feel like we're seeing kind of Dragon's type of play here, with the Robo opening. So he's delaying his range as long as he can to get the faster Robo. So I think he'll get the Observer and then get the Reaver. So securing himself against the early DPs and stuff like that. And we can see Tech is going for a faster 2-gate timing. I'm not sure if that means that you want to take maybe faster expansion or something.
Right.
But he's floating quite a lot of gas, so I think we should be seeing a Robo here, or else he would just flat out die to fast DPs.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Tech just did another round of the goons. Yeah, that's a good point, Matt, because he's kind of in between, right? Like that second gate is not for offensive. It's not quite 3-gate, which is more of like an offensive, and he's going for that faster range. But both of them kind of just playing back, playing poised. In this situation, it's like, yeah, Dragon's gonna have a supreme lead as far as the Tech timing, whereas Tech might have more units, but he doesn't quite have enough gateways to really do something here as far as having a difference. Now he will have more goons than Dragon, but Dragon can always just concede his. Yeah, he can just sit on his ramp here.
Yeah, he will use the high ground advantage. He needs to do that because he's 1-gate deficient. Not gonna try to say that word again, but you know what I'm meaning.
Yeah. Deficiency.
Yeah.
Deficient.
But
yeah.
he will have the Reaver coming out shortly, and even though Tech will have the numbers, he can't go up that ramp. So I think this is going to be a quick hold for Dragon, and then we'll see. Like we see, Tech is already taking his Nexus, and I think when Dragon has his Reaver out, he will going to feel comfortable to take his Nexus as well.
Yeah. When you're Tech here, you're like, okay, there's no Nexus here. That means there's DTs or there's gonna be just a Reaver. I don't know if he spotted that Observer already out from Dragon. He might spot it now. But this will be a classic situation where Tech will have some advantages as far as his Nexus timing. Ooh, here comes Dragon here. Tech has positional advantage. Just pick off the first goon, but okay.
Yeah, the Reaver does, but it scares away Tech.
Yeah, goon for goon there.
Even though Tech is slightly behind in like the Tech, they still had slightly an army, but I've lost so many PvPs in this situation where I think I'm going to be so good with my 3 or 4 gate, and then I lose to 2 Reavers.
Yeah. Well, in this spot, Tech will follow with the Reaver Tech. He does have the Robo done with the Reaver support bay on the way, so this won't be pure goon from Tech, but there will be a timing here. Now, Tech is mining from 2 bases, so it does give him the edge as far as economic, but I think Dragon will get his shuttle and his 2 Reavers sooner, so maybe there is a window here for Dragon, but Dragon is a master at distance. I'm telling you, this guy is really good at just understanding situationally where he's at and what he wants to do, not like just that second, but sort of forwardly. So he's gonna pick up this probe here, kind of deny that. It looks like Dragon, because he's produced all these units, there's the shuttle, here's that window, so Dragon's gonna try to commit to this sort of cross map commitment. Shield battery already going down here for Tech. Really smart.
I like that for Tech because his shuttle is much later than Dragon's. So with this battery, I think he can take like, is it maybe 3 shots then from the Reaver? But this has to be 2 Reavers from Dragon. Not if not, I don't think he can do. It has to be 2. If it is not 2, he can't do that much damage. Can he?
Well, it's a good observation, man. It might be just 1. Now that Reaver is in position there for Tech. He's gonna go for this shuttle here. Doesn't use the battery just.
Ooh. Shuttle is getting really low, so Dragon needs to be careful. Yeah. Picks up the shuttle.
Oh, but
so
many goons went down for Tech. Dragon really
I think he has more because he had some in his main.
Yeah.
Looking for that Observer.
Yeah, Dragon's just baiting that Reaver there. But 2 Reavers here for Tech.
Yeah, he went the second Reaver before the shuttle. So, and also you can see, yeah, he has a lot of Dragoons because he was sitting in the main. I'm not sure if he realized that he has 2 more in his main. Because like a Reaver drop in his main shouldn't be a threat right now after killing the first shuttle.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in this spot, you got to give the edge to Tech because Tech didn't take any economic damage per se, and he's got more gateways. So with just 1 more shuttle, all of a sudden, he's going to be in a position where maybe he can push out, and now Dragon needs to defend. And so in this spot where, yeah, I mean, Tech realizes the situation. Now Dragon doesn't have an observer to see all this, but
Dragon
Zero's doing a good job.
Yeah, Dragon is still in a quite offensive position. Like, he's very forward with his units, and now it's 2 Reavers against, I would think, just 1 for Dragon.
Yeah, Tech is not committing here because he's keeping all those Dragoons back, so he's just kind of poking here, playing really patient, probably understanding that he's got a lead. But here's Dragon again, just being super aggressive, just using his position, understanding probably that he's not quite on even ground here, but Dragon might just go for it, and Tech is going to be prepared. He's been sitting these units all really nice here from Tech, just so poised.
Yeah. Great reaction from Dragon there, not committing. He saw that there was a lot of Dragoons there. And like you said, like, Tech is really playing calm. He's not like trying to push out, because I think he like recognized that his expansion were faster, so he's still slightly taking a little bit of advantage of having a base mining faster than Dragon.
Yeah. Now Dragon is doing his thing, also kind of in a poised position for any speed shuttle play, but Dragon definitely lacking the number of gateways that Tech has, probably lacking the number of probes that Tech has, and doesn't have the Citadel going down like Tech has as well. So I mean, already Templar Archives there is done, so he's already progressed his Tech, whereas Dragon is still stuck on Reaver Goon. Yeah, I mean, the numbers are quite close here. Dragon is ahead, but as this game continues, it's going to be like who executes better, and right now the numbers suggest Dragon has more.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard. Like, Dragon has a great setup right side of Tech space. Like, this is a nice concave, and it's like a narrow chokehold where all the units of Tech are coming out. So maybe Tech, I don't know, if he can wait for Storm.
Yeah, maybe that's the X factor. Yep.
Because I think he will need more splash damage than just the Reavers.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's got like 20 PSI at home. So no matter what, it won't be, the positioning of Dragon's units definitely are favorable, but the numbers here, including the Storm for Tech, might be the X factor to just explode out at a level where even with this distance, Dragon will just, lose too much trying to hold this. Now, the shuttle did go back to probably pick up that 3rd Reaver, but if it doesn't get here on time, goes for the observer there, okay.
Yeah, Tech moving down, he's taking some time to get down the ramp. His base and his units moving looking slightly chaotic. I'm not sure, it looks like a kid trying to color inside of the lines or something, but...
You just won't let that go. I should have shared that today.
Well, Tech recognizes the shuttle is gone and it's time to move out. Great Storm on the 2 Reavers then. He's waiting. Now he's revealing his own Reavers. But Tech's Reavers are not really in the fight though. But Dragon saves one, so he should be still on two Reavers, even though one of them were fairly damaged. Yeah. He does have that speed shuttle advantage that Tech doesn't have, but Tech has a lot of different units. Like, he has more. Is there a double robo or something for Dragon?
No, it's just 1 robo, but he's been banking on this because he hasn't made Citadel. So this is 4 Reaver against 2 Reavers and High Templar Storm and more army for Tech. So I think Dragon's gonna have to defend this like 2-1 probably, because he's got no Zealots for support, only the Reavers to really Okay, here comes Tech here.
It's hard to get across that bridge though.
Wow,
Shuttle goes
those
down.
Reavers though. Tech's Reavers are completely destroying the right side of the flank.
Yeah, they were destroying, but I felt like they weren't shooting it. Yeah, it doesn't have any scarabs. I don't.
Oh man,
it didn't look like they were banked up with 5 scarabs each.
one
but
more
there's still
Reaver though.
There's a lot.
Cannon's
of
going to
there.
work. One more Scarab needs to explode. Here comes the goons.
One more Storm Protector. Does he realize he has the energy for it though?
Cannon's going to work.
Ooh.
Okay. Oh my god, look at Tech's macro.
Second wave, like you mentioned, that Tech has been up on the gates for quite some time right now.
Yeah.
So another stream of units coming out, another big storm. And this is something's gonna happen, like in PvT, if you kind of take the third too quickly as well.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh my god, Tech is sick.
I wonder if DragOn realized that there is a DT blocking, that his units, the reinforcement isn't coming.
How can he know? There's no way he knows.
He's, like you said, he's been banking on that Robotonics for the entire game and constantly making shuttles and reavers.
Yeah.
So yeah, a reaver just pops out. So I don't think there's a observer on the way. Now we realize.
He's got one. Now he realizes, yeah. But Tech, that's just adding, that's just the chef's kiss. You know what I mean? Like.
But where this cannon?
Wait, hold on. Look at the numbers, Mad. He's gonna retain this third base. There's more units coming here, but once he clears this out, Mad, this game's not over. I thought he needed to trade 2 to 1. He traded well there, DragOn. But he should have enough to deal with this. This is not a lot of units coming from Tech. It's less than 12. It's still a decent amount, but with a Reaver here, you gotta think.
Yes, no tech units for our Chilean Pradas. So he recognized that this game will prolong, and he will need a third of his own.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward spot for DragOn. DragOn's got no tech. He's gotta make the Citadel now. He can't stay on this forever now that he's got the third base.
Like, look at the PSI. Look how many pylons they've been building.
Yeah, it's like the Great Reset. They won't be making a pylon for any time soon. But yeah, both mains are mined out. So DragOn right now has an economic advantage in that he's mining from 2 bases, whereas Tech is only mining from the 1 until that third is up fully.
Definitely, like DragOn really held that so well.
Yeah,
much better than I was expecting. I thought Tech was going to
got the numbers here.
Yeah,
he's gonna have to snipe that High Templar. Okay, doesn't snipe it. Oh, really good storms.
Oh, it saves the shuttle and
save the shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
this might even be it for Tech. Like,
no, Tech should just concede this position. Oh.
There's so much from DragOn right here. If he loses the third base.
Oh, he's picking off High Templars now. That's just gonna help him catch up.
And he still has 2 Reavers, but the shuttle is quite low. Ooh.
DragOn smells blood in the water. This might be a mistake here. If he doesn't pay attention to this Reaver here, this Reaver might be the...
Oh.
Is it a Reaver? Oh, it's Storms, okay.
Good storm there. Good
storm, good pull at the same time. Shuttle does go down. DragOn's still doing work. Shuttle goes down for DragOn, it looks like, along with the Reaver.
One of the Reaver died. So the numbers are quite close though, because it's hard for DragOn to move up this ramp with all those cannons and the extra units standing there.
Yeah. If I'm DragOn here, I want to be careful with these units. He cannot lose these goons. He must save these. These goons are critical. The Reaver could go down because he's got no shuttle, or at least the shuttle's not in position.
No, the new shuttle is on the way with another Reaver.
Okay.
DragOn just being like resentless this game. It's just dragons and Reavers.
Yeah.
House of the Dragon.
Yes, honestly, he's been putting relentless pressure. Love the way you put it in this quadrant the entire game, and you gotta have immense confidence to play like this because you're fighting in your enemy's production line, and so you have a disadvantage as far as that goes. But if you control like this, you'd be all right. So DragOn doing his thing with the Reaver control. My goodness, loving this control here from DragOn. Tech put here trying to defend. He needs this base.
Wonder if it made the Scarab damage as well. Do you normally kill 2 cannons or cannon with 2 shots? Don't you need like 3? I don't know.
No, it's usually 2, I think.
Yeah. Corner playing as the Red Pradas. We have DM Tech.
And spawned in the bottom left-hand corner is our blue chip Protoss from Canada. It's your boy DragOn from Team Naz.
Maybe Vermeer is like the map you open. Maybe it's you feel comfortable opening 2 gate. Do like a.
Look at Tech shaking his head there. I love Tech's emotion. I you know. The passion that Tech is displaying here, I gotta appreciate. I love a player that shows his passion like that, and I bet you, even if the cameras weren't on him, he'd be shaking his head because he knows that last game he almost had it. He had victory in his grasp. He had DragOn in his mouth, in his teeth, and he almost had it. And so, I love to see it.
Yeah, but in the end, he got burned by the dragon fire.
He came too close.
He got too close. He couldn't convince DragOn to kneel before him, bend the knee.
Someone earlier in chat said, "Is there like an earthquake in Chile? Why is Tech's stream?"
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I have to check the weather station or something. I'm worried for Tech right now. If he can play that calm while earthquake is going on, well, so impressive. It's either that or someone kidnapped him and he's playing in behind of a big truck or something.
Yeah, they had him blindfolded, but then he was like, "I have BSL, so you gotta let me play."
Maybe he has a mobile home or something, and his wife is driving to a different location or something like that.
No, he's a very intense player, and he trains under these conditions, and so when he performs, he likes to have a vibrating system underneath him while he plays. But yeah, both players in the game here looks to be opening standard again, Matt.
Yeah,
no
I'm
2
not going
gates.
to assume anything, but there are some conditions, especially in my line of work, that causes your body to shake a little bit. Like you get medicine for that, and I think as long as Tech's house is already shaking, it's like it's nullifying the body shake. So Tech is actually sitting as calmly as you would imagine.
Yeah, he's actually not shaking at all. That is you that's shaking.
Yeah, I'm dizzy. Okay, DragOn gets the first scout. Tech is still looking for DragOn, and we see it's the same opener for, like the last game. They both open with a Zealot first, so it looks like to be quite standard. This time Tech put his Zealot correctly on the ramp. Last game, DragOn. No, sorry, I think it was opposite. So DragOn misplaced his Zealot, so Tech came up. Yeah.
Ooh, almost Pro does get away there.
And I have recognized, I'm watching a little bit on the 8 PM in the top right corner, and I've been seeing like both DragOn and Tech steadily around 360, 350, and 300. And as soon as the game passes 8 minutes, they're both down and 170.
Yeah,
this is just for show.
Yeah, they're both capable of being high velocity players, but there's volatility in it. I think that's par for the course here when you're seeing 2 high level players. When you have one goon chasing a pro, that's certainly gonna inflate your APM. Now, Nexus is cut there for Tech. Looks like he's mounting up minerals here, so that will be a Nexus for Tech, which is definitely a different variation than what we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, and DragOn is opening with the same opener he did the first game. As from Tech's point of view here, do you like add immediately 2 or 3 more gates? Yeah.
Oh yeah. From Tech's point of view here, you're not making Reavers. If anything, and any tech that you're gonna make, it's gonna be Citadel into Temple Archives. And I think when you're going for this style of play, knowing that your opponent is below you, you're saying to yourself, hey, we got this. We're just going to make more units than them, and we're going to beat them, and we're going to use the map, the situations like the high grounds and all that to outmaneuver. And I think that's the type of style that Tech wants, because Tech, I gotta say, his macro is probably better than DragOn's. If there's any skill set that, you know, one player has over the other, whether it's experience or what have you, the macro ability of Tech is definitely up there. He is supply blocked for a second here, but he will. Okay, pylon is done.
I was going to mention that he has been supply blocked for quite some time. Like, if he'd been making non-stop Dragoons, he could have overwhelmed DragOn. And I saw DragOn was shaking his head when he lost his pro, because he doesn't really know what he's playing against. Right. So like in the first game, he moved back up on the ramp. And again, Tech with the Nexus first advantage. And DragOn is still on one gate, but of course that Reaver will cause massive damage. But if Tech shows up with like 12 Dragoons all of a sudden, like in a minute or two, one Reaver doesn't really do that much. And DragOn also made a second salad, just like he did in the first game. So I'm definitely taking some notes here if I'm facing DragOn PvP. I think I know his build.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now he is Nexus. He will Nexus behind this, and so just like what he did in the other game, in game 1, he will look for the second Reaver, or he will look for the shuttle before going out. But here, Tech is actually choking up, and I like this because it kind of keeps DragOn honest. Now, if he can find an opportunity, okay, the Zealot does go down, that's going to shut this down. Once that Zealot goes down, it just removes any buffer on top of these goons. But I like the effort and the scout. It's important to scout that DragOn is going for that Nexus, knowing that likely he's waiting for that shuttle to do anything. But if I'm Tech here, I'm not looking to just sit. Maybe he wants to position some goons at the 9 o'clock position, but with this build, you don't want to sit and absorb against the shuttle and 2 Reavers. You rather be in a position where maybe you can catch them while they're moving. I think that's going to bode a lot better for Tech. And here, he's not looking to expo here. He's looking to make a pylon here, because that is the direct route to his mineral line for any shuttles. So I really like this kind of thought process from Tech. And it's going to come down to execution. Now, we do see the 4th and 5th gateway going down. Robo will go down. He is worried about any DT tech switches, I guess. But it won't be easy for him to also follow this up with Reavers, with all the investment into these gateways.
Yeah, like you said, Tech can't really sit back at home. He has to be active on the map. I feel like he's kind of maybe a bit too forward now. I like his position when he was sitting just on a ramp.
Yep.
Because if you stay back at home and all of a sudden DragOn shows up with 2 Reavers and a handful of Dragoons, you're kind of in trouble. So I like this position on the ramp, and he knows that DragOn sees everything that he's doing with the observer in the base. So
yeah,
I think Tech is in a great position. Like you said, he added the 4th and the 5th gate, and doesn't seem like Tech is planning to get a Reaver of his own. He just wants the observer and then have like a massive Dragoon army.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if he plants a Citadel of a Dune. Maybe he does go for the Reaver route, but with this many gateways, I mean, he's so ahead on gateway count that if he shuts this down even just a little bit, the follow-up from DragOn is just going to be that much poorer. So this is just going to come down to micro, and quite honestly, DragOn, he's going to go for a drop here maybe, but Goon's already in position, observer out as well. So
yeah, Tech finally with an observer of his own. So he saw the shuttle comes out, killed the observer. It's not that many units there from DragOn, so if...
Yep.
And it's still on just 2 gates as well. But his Nexus hasn't been online for that long, so he can't really support that many goons. And Tech is really positioning really nicely, like with the Dragoons in the front and in the back. So he will kind of have like the pincer move if DragOn decides to go.
Yeah, and looks like Tech is actually following the Reaver tech as well, while Dragon is going for the Citadel. So actually, this actually makes it more difficult for Dragon, I think, only because if Tech already has the numbers with Goons and Gates, and then Tech matches in Shuttle and Reaver. Now, Dragon does have speed shuttles, so it's going to take a minute for Tech to catch up on that aspect. But right now, Dragon is just planting his third and fourth gateway, so if he loses this army, he's pretty much screwed. Whereas Tech is kind of catching up in Tech, making the Citadel now, adding the Forge.
Yeah,
He's kind of in this position where...
I'm afraid that Citadel is going to bug out his gas mining in his main. Currently, it's just 2 mining, but usually when you put the buildings that close, sometimes it bugs out and goes around it. And it doesn't seem like Tech realized. But Tech did have an important scouted observer in Dragon's base. He saw that there was only 4 gates, 2 of them were building, so he knows he has the numbers, even though he's slightly behind in Tech, maybe.
Right.
And kind of the longer Dragon waits, the bigger Tech gets, actually. Even though we see the numbers are quite close. I don't know, I feel like Tech maybe have like 30 Dragoons or something.
Right.
Ooh, great escape here for Dragon's Observer. Maybe.
Spoke too soon.
He overstayed his welcome. Bad play there from Dragon. And we see the Scarab damage upgraded from Dragon.
Okay.
So I think Dragon probably took a page out of Snow's playbook.
Yeah,
and we have Speed Shuttle for Tech. Yeah.
Huh. Now Dragon did plant his third Nexus sooner.
Cannon came just in the nick of time. Great pull away there for Dragon.
Yep. Okay, just picks off a probe there just for good measure. Now that Goon line, ooh, DT. I like this DT from Dragon. Switch things up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a good idea. Like, there's no observer, but now he revealed there is a DT on the map as well. But yeah, look at the numbers. They're so close, but I feel like Tech has a massive army, and Dragon maybe has more probes or something, because he's only on 4 gates, but Tech is just on 5. So Dragon is catching up. He has 4 Reavers, I think, with the plus 25 damage Scarab. So
yeah, Tech,
and the Storm.
Yeah, Tech is not like he is still 21 lead, which is big. But it's not big enough where he can comfortably deny this third base. So with Dragon getting this third base up sooner, I feel like Dragon's going to scale up nicely to his version of 150 or 160 or whatever it's going to be in a little bit. So he's already supplementing this army with High Templars. So Dragon really doing a good job of kind of scaling to this point. Now he's got a fair bit of minerals there that he's got to use. So Tech is going to, like, if they fight right now, Tech will win. But what I'm saying is in a minute or 2 minutes, Dragon's going to have a nice situation. He's got the Reaver upgrade. He's got the Templars. He's adding the gateways now. So, yeah, Dragon's going to need a minute or 2. And Tech is going to want to go sort of before that, I think. Or maybe just scale even more. But, like, by adding another base while he's got this army lead. I like that call, too.
Either player are putting on any harassment, so you see very little storm drops and reaver drops trying to pick up some probes.
Yeah.
Both players are just kind of sitting, waiting, calmly and patiently. It looks like they both are in to get their 4th base. Yeah, 4th base goes down at the same time. Tech doing a great job denying Dragon's 4th base. And if you take a close look at the APM right now, they're kind of indicates that both players are fine with just sitting, waiting. But again, Tech is closing into maxed right now, and Dragon will shortly follow that. And the Tech is still not mining optionally at his main gas.
Yep.
But I still like from early on. I still like Tech's position. Like he's been wise with his units placement. Like he has a nice concave at home, so he could flank whenever Dragon's coming. And Dragon might even have 6 Reavers with Storms, maybe just 4. But that's a hard thing to micro as well. Like you have to micro all the Reavers and pulling down the Storms.
Yeah, I mean, Tech is, doing a good job of harassing here and pulling these units from Dragon, kind of keeping him honest.
Ooh. Yeah, massive. Ooh.
Oh.
Big win there from Dragon. I think that was the only 2 Reavers for Tech. And maybe was like the tell that the Dragon needed. Like he knows maybe there's no more Reavers on the map right now, so Shuttle is dead. I can comfortably.
I mean, at this stage of the game, right? Like if I'm Dragon, it's like okay, he lost a speed shuttle and 2 Reavers. I'm at 186, and I have 2 speed shuttles. So definitely understand that kind of line of thought process. But Temp is just he's relentless with this pressure. And I like it because the sort of differences in these types of close games is who's better at harassing. And so Tech doing a good job here, finally getting the probes that he wants to get. Very good job.
Massive storms.
Massive storms.
There weren't that many probes there, maybe only like 12, but still, that's not. Now it's not a mining base, so it's 4 base versus 3.
Yeah, and this is going to trigger Dragon to make a move here, or at least positive move up here. He's got the double shuttle, so again, I kind of like. Now, Temp is going to have the defensive advantage, right? He's got the positional advantage. He's got this nice line here, but if Dragon maneuvers his Reavers well, it kind of goes against this position because he's still kind of receiving the attack from Temp.
Now Tech sees that it's coming. He was kind of out of position as well, and he gets the first shots off from the Reavers.
Hey, this is going to be big. He's going to have to storm those Reavers. There's no other way to get them.
This is 200 versus 200.
Yeah, this is a massive battle here. He's going to have to storm those Reavers. Crucial he does. Oh, the right side is getting good. Oh, the storms on the right flank. Those Reavers are still retained. I think the upgrade on those Reavers is really the X factor. The right flank is thinning out, man.
Yeah, Tech. That is.
Dragon's got a massive army.
Look at Tech. He's giving up.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was a great push there from Dragon.
Oh.
Calm and collected. Waited for 200.
Yeah.
And the funny thing about PvP, though the games were close, I think maybe Dragon is a slight favor in this group to make it out of the round of
absolutely
16. So big congrats to Dragon, and like Dragon is a steady contender. We regularly see him in the round of 16, maybe in the round of 8.
Yep.
Definitely well deserved. Now we will have the losers bracket, or the losers first game, Ras versus Isu.
So
this is a matchup I really like, though. TVC.
Yeah, so 2 players make it through, right, Mad? So we have Dragon going through from the winners bracket, and still anyone's game here. Both of these players will face off here in the first bracket of the losers bracket, or the first match, but it's still anyone's game for that second slot.
Yeah, definitely. Tech lost there, but his hopes are not done.
Yep.
Still a fighting chance, and he proved versus Isu that he can do it. And I also think that Tech's TVP is quite strong, so I don't think Tech is too worried by either player making it through of the first game.
Right. Yeah, so you were saying, Mad, ZVT, refreshing change of pace here. I'm not seeing this in any of the games prior. Anything that you would say about either of these two? I would just say that Izu's got really good mutas.
Yeah, and I think both players are quite like straight up, no shenanigans. I think we'll just see normal Marine Medic, like a SK Terran build from Ras.
Okay.
There's maybe like only one Terran that mechs a lot, I don't. I think there's only one, and he's been doing it with quite some good success. But I'm not sure if that's the way to go, since nobody else is doing it. But
Right.
maybe it's something to look into.
Yeah. Yeah. So we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, and the map will be Radeon.
Okay.
And are our players ready? Yeah. Yeah, they're ready. So we'll jump into the first game of the loser bracket, Ras versus Itsu.
Okay. All right.
Just,
So this is gonna be on Radeon. Big map. Probably a good map for mutas.
Yeah, it looks like a slight advantage for Zerg actually on the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of almost forgot to look at the numbers, like you so nicely pointed out in the last game that you can actually see which race favorites. So
Yes.
I was too busy coloring my lines. I went to
Yes.
I got a book from one of my kids, so I had something to do in between commentary.
All right, we'll put down the puzzle and let's get into this first game here between Izu and Raz.
And in the bottom right corner, we have Isu.
And spawned in the top left position is our Polish Terran player in the blue, Raz.
Notice that Itsu changed his clothes. He looks like he could put on more clothes. He obviously listened to the cast while he was waiting, and while you were body shaming his guns, he felt kinda exposed. So wise move there to put some more clothes on.
Well, I hope it has nothing to do with his confidence and it potentially waning. It is a fresh start here in the losers bracket for both of these players, so it's a new day. They can live again if they survive. They got to get through each other here. So for him to put on a hoodie, I'm not sure exactly what that means. Maybe he just wants to feel a little bit more comfortable. Maybe he wants to feel a little bit more just kind of, I don't know about you, but here in the US, it's certainly a lot colder here. So I don't blame him for putting on the hoodie, as it's probably closer to midnight his time, his hour. But yeah, a little more lighting here from Raz. I'm not sure if the brightness of his camera was tweaked. Maybe he put on some extra light bulbs. I'm not sure. Definitely looks like it's illuminating in Raz's corner. Maybe he wants to illuminate his Terran this game. I'm not sure what that means, but right now both players look to be focused, as they both did in all their games. Very emotionless. Both of these players just very stoic in their approach.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how close Raz is living to the borderline. He might be quite close to Chernobyl. We don't know. That might be some gamma radiation we are witnessing here. So, hopes and kisses sending to Raz's way. We hope he will get past this cast without further harm.
Or maybe, who knows, maybe it's a performance enhancer. Oh, look at this. What is this? Is this a 13, 14 cc here, Mad? What is this?
Yeah, it's a 14 cc with the gas opening. So I'm excited. I'm wondering what we're going to see here. Are we going to see...
This is an over-gas, Mad. It's an over-gas from Izu.
Is it eBay and fast +1? Because then the gas might be too fast, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Might be mech play. Like,
it might be mech.
Flash has been playing a lot of mech lately, TVC, where he opens up with the 14cc and goes kind of straight to 3 factories. And this is some good early harassment here from Isu, and he might even get this first SCV. Yeah, he gets it.
That's where everyone in the fans, all the women go when the SCV goes down. I don't know why, I just heard it for a second. Maybe it was someone in the chat. But yeah, going for the mech here for Raz.
Yeah, more people listening into this cast obviously is saying that mech is such a strong build that more players should do it. And like we mentioned, Isu put on some more clothes. To me, he seems like the clothes on the top and playing bottomless because we can't see what's underneath. So that's probably why he put on more clothes.
I don't know how you think of this stuff, man. I don't know where I don't know where it comes from. It must be because you're a father of 2 now. Because after the first one, you weren't like this. Early Spire here from Izu.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he overgassed as well, so his economy should be quite nice as soon as the Spire is done.
Yep.
First Zerlings coming out there. I'm not sure if Isu already recognized that this is a mech play. Because like there's no Overlord nearby, and not sure, but he's adding more Zerlings, and I think speed just kicked in as well, which he's going to need against this early Vulture.
Yeah. Okay, so he knows exactly what's happening now. This is gonna prompt Izu to send a 3rd drone, get that 3rd hatchery up, get a 3rd base up. There you go. Yeah, against
Also,
Mac.
I'm wondering, I played versus Isu in the Ghost League, and I think I pretty much went mech all of the game. Maybe I went bio, and I had some issues with that. And Isu told me that he don't like to play versus mech.
Okay.
So maybe
are you saying you had some coffee talk with Raz prior to the series, or
I might have sent him a replay or 2.
Okay, well.
Also because Isu was a part of the 2 vs 2 team that took down IRK 2 vs 2 team last weekend in the BSL.
You didn't even play in that series, Matt, and you know that.
Yeah, I'm all over the scene, man. I know everything. I just don't play. I just follow the scene.
Well, Rancor, if you're in chat, that's my fault and Rancor's fault for that. But Izu, he does have mutas on the way. Turret coming down here for Raz. Raz, a lot of SCVs here. This 14cc, I think he's onto something. Yeah, definitely a good spot here.
I wonder, like the turret's perfectly timed.
Yeah. Ooh.
Big win there for Raz. 1 mutas for 1 SCV. That's definitely a fight you want to take all day.
Huge. Yep.
But I'm not sure. Like he sat quite at home, Raz. Like normally you want to go out with the Vulture to try to harass, but maybe he got kind of scared. He didn't get overrun by the speed Zerglings. And if you're Isu here, normally I like to do as a Zerg, you go Carapace when you know it's mech. Because
oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt him going Carapace here for sure. Definitely the optimal build or upgrade.
Looks like they baited out the Vulture actually and got it.
Yeah. Yeah, no Vulture. Picked it off.
Isu is going up to 3 gas, so this to me looks like it's going to be like a all-in muta build.
Now,
maybe not
Raz,
all in, but
Raz is ready for this. I mean, he anticipated a dive. Isu going to work here against the SCVs, definitely doing his thing. You knew he was going to get some SCVs, but I didn't know he was going to get that many SCVs. Hasn't lost the muta yet, just lost the muta. Loses. Okay, he lost 1 muta, I think, in that entire skirmish. Onto the 3 gas.
Something like that. He came in with the magic number of 7, so we can one-shot the SCVs. And normally, like when you do this, like you can see he killed one of the SCVs on the gas. So
right. Maybe they forget. Oh,
yeah, maybe.
He forgot.
I always do this, even like in the TDP, TVC, whatever it is. When I try to target the gas workers to see if they forget about it. If you get 1 or get 2, you kind of like you hurt their economy, and you get like a drone drill or whatever, or pull something like that. Everything hurts.
Yeah.
But Raz is overcompensating. Like he has 4 on gas on natural and 2 in the main, so maybe it's evens out.
He's overcompensating so much that he even sent 2 SCVs out to go scout the map. Really like that play. You know, this is just smart. When you don't have anything, when you snipe your Vulture, you're like, I don't know what's out there. I don't know how many gases there are. Just send some SCVs out. You know, you can figure it out. He's got the speed bolts here now. The light's in position. Is waking up there.
Yeah,
Speed bolt is out.
Ras doesn't know what he's playing against, so I like this move. You have to send out SCVs to know if there is going to be a Hydra switch or something, because then you have to get some siege tanks. I also like this play for Ras running. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Burrow upgrade. Very Gosu there from Mizu.
That is so underrated.
To keep those vultures alive.
A lot of Zergs don't make the burrow. But as you can see, Ras with the +1 attack, so he 2-shots the drone. Big damage there for Ras.
These guys are a little too courageous. These guys maybe drank some Bacardi, some of your Bacardi Viking. These guys need to come home.
Kinda looked like the guy from Matrix in the 3rd movie or something. The guy in the Goliaths. What's his name?
Oh yeah. I was wondering what the hell you were talking about now.
If someone catches that reference, like
yeah,
he was moving out.
Yes.
And the other guy was the guy running around with the crates of more ammo. So he's trying to get him back.
Oh man, the wonders of Bacardi.
Ras is going up to 6 factories, but Itsu has a smartly placed Ling there, so he sees that the Goliath moves out, so then he can just run in with the Mutas with his +1 carapace, take down these initial turrets. Forces a slightly pullback from Ras, and this is buying a lot of time for Itsu, but he has to get out of there before taking too much damage.
Yeah, getting out of there just in time.
This looks like it's going to be like a 1-1 timing here for Ras, and it's still Mutas only for Itsu. And with like 24 Goliaths, and I saw that like the first siege tank was out as well.
You know, this is going to favor Izu. Izu's a master of these situations. He knows exactly where he's at, what he needs to do to respond. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for a counter here. Looks like he's not though. He's playing more Sunkens, he's playing back, he's looking to absorb, which maybe he's waiting for +2 Carapace. At this point, Raz has no intention to make tanks, so this will be a full-on Goliath versus Sunken and Mutas kind of situation. But yeah, with a 14cc start here from Raz, this is a swollen number of Goliaths. I think Izu should have enough to deal with this though, honestly. Yeah, Raz needs to be careful.
Even if you have like the Goliath numbers, like you can have 60 Goliaths, but this is a hard choke to get. 60 Goliaths are not attacking the Sunkens at the same time. The Goliaths versus Sunkens are so bad. But we see the 1-1 kicks in for Raz, but I think this is an overextend for Raz because there's still so many Mutas.
Yeah.
And the Sunkens are still in range, so.
Well, he is trading against the Mutas as he falls back. I think as long as he doesn't commit in front of these Sunkens, which he continues to tease here.
Like you pointed out, I wonder how far, or if Itsu went for the +2 carapace. If he gets the +2 carapace and still commits to Mutas, he can jump on these Goliaths, but some of the Mutas are badly wounded. Cutting up the supply here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, really nice play here from Izu. He needs to continue to do this. Keep chopping on the legs here of Raz. He doesn't want this number to grow, so I really like this play from Izu. Izu's got way more gas that he's going to expend here in just a minute, but he needs to drone up as well, so he powers through. He added extra macro hatcheries at 6 o'clock, so he's going to keep powering through here. But with the +2 Carapace, okay, he's got the Hydra Den and the Evo, so he's looking to pivot here as well. But the drone saturation isn't quite there, so I imagine he's going to keep making Mutas, at least for now. And keep supplementing with drones.
Just when you said that he was floating quite a lot of gas, a lot of it went away. So I think he made a second round of Mutas. And like you point out, like Itsu feels like it's kinda all in. Like his drone saturation isn't that great.
Right.
I think like from the previous Vulture attack, he only has like 2 on the gas and the natural. And maybe like 6 drones or something mining in the main.
Yeah, Izu's definitely looking to deny this third. He just doesn't know that it's going down in the other location. But I really like this play from Raz. Raz doing a good job of unit positioning, just kind of getting in between. But Izu navigating sort of more southernly here, and he's gonna find a pocket. And now he's gonna threaten that that third base here. Really nice player from Izu, identifying the movement here from Raz. Very nice.
Yeah, forces a pull away, then gets away without taking further damage.
Yep.
But still no siege tank though from Raz. It's just like I think he sees that it's only mutas, so he's just making Goliaths. But Goliaths doesn't do well versus Sunkens, and Itsu have a lot of Sunkens.
Yeah, he does. He does, and he's got this constant threat here, which is going to keep Rasowy back. And with that +2 Carapace upgrade, you really can see the mutas tank those Goliath shots. I mean, that one took a lot of damage, but for the most part, he's taken a lot of damage. Raz is going to get that +2 upgrade. He's got the science facility. He's got that third gas pumping. He's going to scout the Queen's Nest here. I mean, the Queen's coming out.
Yeah, and I like the Queens, but the only problem is that Raz doesn't have any siege tank. So, but for the future, he will need them. And I also like that Isu made the Carapace, because that's usually what you want as well in the late TVC game. But you know, when you're playing Queens, you want to have the Carapace so they don't die that quickly to Goliath as well when you're casting the spell.
Right. Well, Raz, again, just kind of being in the right spot at the right time. You know, he really hasn't extended his army. And so this harassment, which is the full, you know, muta composition from Izu, isn't going to do that much because he's had so many Goliaths in position. I mean, this is a 174 Terran PSI Goliath count, which you sometimes see in 2 versus 2 and ZT versus CT. You seldom see it like this in 1 versus 1, I think. But this is a sizable Goliath count. If you just add a couple of tanks to this, I mean, what's going to stop that from, you know, threatening your bases? So,
yeah, I feel like Raz is kind of undecisive in what his play is. Like you pointed out, he's a maxed out Terran with just Goliaths, and he's still on 1-1. So as soon as 2-1 hit, I would like at least skip 5 or 6 Goliaths, get the vessel count. When you're playing against clumped out mutas like that, you want to have it radiate, which we don't see. He just have it for the upgrades. Maybe now we see he land it. But great job from Isu keeping Raz at home, even though Raz could probably take a fight in the middle of the map. But Raz can't really attack anywhere because he doesn't have the siege tanks. This is like 60 Goliaths. And oh, it's kind of looking like a used map setting game for.
Yeah, and with this amount of mutas, I mean, he's just gonna rip through those like paper. But
yeah, and these.
Yeah, it's just giving more time to Izu.
And these mutas, he could even run into the main and get the armory. Of course, he doesn't know what's waiting for him in the main, but sometimes you see Zergs like just flying past all the Goliaths because they are sitting in the third base. You can just run away into the main and do a lot of more damage there. And even though Raz have like 400 Goliaths, he can't move up that ramp. Because that would just buy Itsu enough time to get back home, and then it would just stop stomping with the mutas. Even though Raz has the numbers, but Raz has such a big army, but he doesn't really know what to do with it, and he's losing so many SUVs as well.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of SCVs here, but Izu, it's worth noting, lost a lot of army, and honestly, you know, this army might not be able to kill the third base, but it can kill the fourth base and basically say to Izu, hey, you can keep 3 bases, I'm gonna eat 3 bases, you can harass my 3 bases, but you're not gonna get a 4th base. And that's what his Goliaths can do. It could deny the 4th. So I think I like that, at least for what he can do with these Goliaths. Like, there's nothing Izu can do against this out in the map. And so if he knows about that 4th base, then it's like, you know, 3 base versus 3 base, which is usually favorable for Terran.
Yeah, and the 4th base just got discovered and getting killed, and we saw that Raz is on 2-2 upgrade as well versus Isu is 2-1. And I think like Isu's hope is either a counterplay, like doing this small Hydro Ball, and maybe try to isolate whatever unit.
Oh, the queens go down. Yeah, this might be a base trade. Not a base trade, because I think Raz has to come home. He's got 2 siege tanks that he can just sit. That'll be big, but this is a big group of units here. If Izu can spawn Broodling those tanks. Oh, if he can just spawn Broodling the tanks. Okay, one more.
Yeah,
all right.
But he needs to get up on the ramp, because below the ramp he's getting crushed, but he's getting command center.
No, he might have done it. He might have done it. I think if Izu can...
He needs to get up on the ramp, because then we have the advantage.
He's got to kill the CC, get up the ramp, okay, or just trade there. This is not a bad trade for...
Also, Hydros trades so well versus Goliath as well, but now he decides to run up, and he kills
he's taking this out. Okay.
What happened here? Can we go back?
No, this was definitely good for Izu if he can kill that. Okay. Now he's gonna use more time. If he can flood these to that, then it's a no base mining Terran. Now Terran has a shit ton of units here, but that's a dead base soon. If he can get it.
It's just all over the place here. He's attacking, attacking left and right with his small balls of Hydra and his big ball attitude.
Yeah, look at the unit count though. If he can keep cracking at this Goliath only, okay, there's 2 tanks. Those 2 tanks can be the X factor here. Izu needs to recognize that his timing is now shut down. Alexa try to get that 4th here.
It's 1 base versus 3 because Itsu has been kind of low on drone count, so his main is fairly healthy.
Right.
And now he's taking the 4th, and Itsu's upgrades are strong as well.
Yeah, Izu's kind of dancing in the middle of the map. I like this. He wants to... Okay, this is so many Goliaths, so holy. Oh, he's got the concave on the Hydras.
Yeah, a bit of an overextend there. You can see Itsu's supply plummet right there. So he needs to gather his units and not waste too much.
Damn, it was so close. I think Raz just did it.
Well, maybe. Hydra's doing their job, but 4th base is probably going to go down again. We see Isu going up for Defiler Mound. Against all these Goliaths, that's great, but maybe you don't even need Swarm. You just get
it's 2-3 mech. 2-3 mech doesn't die.
Get the
spawn Broodling in the tank. Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Slightly misclicked there from Raz, and we see now that Isu is up in supply actually.
If you can surround this.
Is this what they call like a 4th door thing, or something happened and then something different happened and then go through a different door?
I don't know, but I think Izu just swung the pendulum, because right now it's 71-49. I think he needs to go, and I think he needs to go to 12, like now.
Yeah, like in Deadpool, they always talk about all the walls Ryan Reynolds is putting in his movies.
Oh, dimensions, yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Well, yeah, the pendulum really swung Isu's way right there, and I think it finally cleans up the circling that was sitting outside of. No, it's still there. Okay. So 1 circling outside of Raz's base. Have been seeing everything. All of his, the entire game. We have not seen a vessel, and I think that kind of cost. Even though Raz's upgrades are great.
Oh, Izu's done it. Izu's done it.
Yeah, with the
I think
Swarm.
Izu's done it.
I saw Raz shook his head earlier, and I think this might be it.
Wow. Masterful play from Izu. Masterful.
Why do you think that, JIRAIYA?
I think, 3-player map, I think, it's going to be a shorter game, I think. I don't think it's going to go as macro. I don't think he's going to hit 2 hundo this game, Raz. But We'll see.
Yeah, right side of the map we have Isu, one win away from getting his regame grudge match versus Tech, playing as a Red Zerg.
And Raz spawned in the bottom left sort of position, sending out an SCV. Looks to be an 8 racks in the middle. I like it.
No, this is going to be a wall.
Oh, it's a wall? Okay.
I don't like that wall though.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like he kind of misplaced it or made it opposite of what you're supposed to do, but at least now you can move.
I did a depot on the left, right? Depot on the top of the left?
Yeah, where the observer is pointing out, you put it on the as far as high left as you can, and then you make it just a straight line downwards. So, not really sure what Raz is doing here, but this is also kind of like this is looks more like a PvP. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But the thing about Dominator though is that the unless you get the 12 o'clock location, you can make a full link proof wall, get away with very little marines, no bunker, so your tech will be quite faster. And Raz did have the tech, he did have the numbers, but like I mentioned, like I would go out with my vulture, maybe even make 2 vultures to snipe the links, maybe even force out earlier sunken. We saw Isu playing no sunken for quite some time in his natural, so
yeah, I mean he was just confident that, you know, obviously the hard counter to that is going speed vault, but that's not what he did, and Isu made the link speed and he was able to repel against that first vulture, and then later in the game, as you noted, he ended up sniping that vulture. So so yeah, I mean, I guess it's still a question whether or not Raz is gonna go mech again or bio, but for him not to be Marines right now, probably strongly suggests he won't be going bio here. He's got the gas going down, so it looks to be mech again, which I think on this map, I don't know. If he goes for the same style, I want him to do what you said, which was make vessels when you take your 3rd base, and then tanks later. Like it doesn't have to be just pure Goliath man.
Yeah, you kind of have to like sacrifice something. What I like to do on maps like Dominator, where you can full wall and get away with maybe 1 to maybe even 0 marines. You take the second gas so fast, and you make 2 armories. So you go straight for the 2/2 upgrade.
Yep.
And later on, you just have to like take a decision. Like you sacrifice. Okay, I won't make 2 more Goliaths, so you can afford the vessel. But it's so important to have, especially versus mass mutas. You won't win straight up with having the upgrade advantage. You will have to need the irradiate, and I feel like irradiate in TVC is just as important as you need the defilers. And without a link-proof wall, we can see Raz now kind of forced to make a bunker. He doesn't want to get overrun by the Zerglings.
Yep.
So that's 100 for a bunker, but no second factory yet. So this might be a Valkyrie build or a delayed factory.
Yeah. No, he's going mech. I think Isu doesn't anticipate mech because he counted how many marines.
Not to completely bash Raz's wall, I don't want to do that, but he kind of walled himself in right now. So when he's going to move out with the vulture, he has to go in the mineral line. So that's going to take some time, or else he's forced to kill the bunker that he spent 100 minerals on. Yeah, so these are like the small things you kind of have to think about going forward in the game. Like, yeah, you're safe for now, but maybe later on you're stuck in your own base.
Which might... No, he's upgrading mine or speed. Probably speed. Or do you think it's mine?
I think... second add-on might be speed first and then mines. And as soon as the speed is done, it's going range. But Mutas is already on the way.
Yeah.
But the timing of the turrets should be fair. I think like
Yeah.
Depending on the spawns, 540 is when we want to start putting down
Yeah.
the turrets.
You're so right about this wall. I mean, now Izu knows that he didn't know it was mech. Honestly.
Yeah, I might think he saw the rack wasn't blinking, but now we see Raz is more active with this vulture forcing away, and this is also causing like buying you time when Zerg knows there's a vulture on the map.
Yeah.
Where do you go with your mutas?
Yeah.
Like if you have no sunken back at home, you kind of have to defend, and he already lost his initial Zerglings, but Izu's just jumping on his first turret here.
Yeah, Izu's insane. This is crazy. That's nuts. Yeah, very weak Muta there. One's really hurt.
This time without losing, and this forces Izu to make a sunken though, because he knows there's a vulture on the map, and looks to me that his speed.
Yeah, he has a speed upgrade done. Only 1 volt though.
Catches it. So,
yeah, I wish
but
he just powered Gaul. You're right.
speed,
You're so right about the wall. The wall really funked everything up. You're very right about that. It really messed up everything, I think, because his build was not meant to be like this. I think.
If you make the normal wall, you have the barracks on the right side, so you can lift it, so you can just move out.
Yeah.
And Izu finding a kind of a weak spot here. Range not done yet because he made speed first. So a lot of SCVs going down, losing 1 mutas.
Yeah, he does such a good job of diving in, taking all these hits, but just losing like the bare minimum. Very good with the mutas. That is.
I'm not. And we have 2 gas from Raz and 2 add-ons, so we might maybe see a heavier Siege Goliath build here than we saw from the last game. But he's just doing a great job here, keeping him at bay, groaning behind this. Raz also doing a great job reproducing those SCVs falling earlier. But maybe we need more Zergs to advance to the round of 16. It's been quite Terran heavily, I'm not going to lie. I don't think there's many Tiki advanced Zerg. Who else? No.
Finally taking down the bunker.
Yeah, so far Siki is the only Zerg player advancing to a round of 16.
Yeah.
As of yet. We still have Cross and Striker playing tomorrow, I think. Itsu coming back in, getting a few more SVs. Did he make Carapace this game? Yeah, did Carapace. He recognized that you need. I think I've actually had this chat with Itsu because I think he made +1 attack versus me in my games, and you can see he made Burrow again, so he sees everything Raz is doing. Smart play here from Itsu.
Yeah.
And this is not a big Terran army, so if Raz decides to jump on this sunken in front of Itsu's, I think he just gather all his mutas and then eat it up.
The choke here is a little better, right, Mad, than last map?
Yeah, it's better, but again, sunkens are so strong versus Goliaths, and with the +1 carapace from mutas, I think he has, I don't know, maybe like 2 groups, is it?
Well, let's see if these Marines do anything.
We need the mutas here because, can't let the Sunkens die for free. But yeah, I think it's kind of an overextend here from Raz, because Raz isn't in a bad position. Like, you just need to get some siege tanks, and you can even build turrets on those small pizza slices.
Yeah.
But this was an easy pickup. The cleanup crew for Isu.
Yeah.
And where do you go from this, from Raz position?
Well, he will make the starport, so.
And we
feels less all in.
Saw 6 factories as well, so he will re-flourish those Goliath's numbers quickly.
Yeah. Well, as an observer, we know what Raz needs to do, and that's to play defense, because right now the Hydra Den just started, and there's nothing but mutas out. So it's gonna be very tough for Raz to ever attack again after losing all those Goliaths early. Nice harassment here onto the starport. That's just gonna deny his ability to make things like vessels, make things like ERAD, all those things.
Yeah, delaying the +2 attack for Raz.
Right. Right. Really good patience here. Really good drone saturation at that third. My goodness. A lot of good drones. It's got more PSI than the Terran. That's a good sign. Pretty good indicator.
Absolutely. I think now 1-1 is done for Raz, but he's lifted his starport again. I'm not sure. I have to talk with him. What he has against the vessels. Maybe he was dating a vessel previously. I don't know. Any bad breakup or something. Radiate didn't get made, or the 44 curse. I don't know. Maybe something. It doesn't seem like he likes to. He's not making any lady units. He doesn't build Valkyries. He doesn't make medics. No vessels.
I didn't realize Valkyrie. Wait, hold on. Vessels are females? They're women? Vessels?
Are they not like female robots?
I thought they were just robots. I didn't know that they had a sex or a gender.
No, they are like Alexa. You know, as a female robot.
Well, I'm colorblind, and apparently I can't identify a woman's voice either. Meanwhile, Raz lost every single SCV at his NAT. So,
that is good. You are living in 2024. You are not assuming anything.
Agnostic, exactly.
Yeah, you're gender fluid.
I don't see gender. But
+2 carapace done for Itsu once again. So Raz definitely needs that irradiate like yesterday, and he is not getting +2 anytime soon. So Tech in a fantastic position, and I think he knows it, and he know that he don't like really have to dive on top of Raz or do anything. Just keeping him at home like he did in the last game. The only difference now is that Raz doesn't really have the same numbers like he did in the first game, but Itsu is pretty much playing the same game like he did on Radeon.
Yeah, just masterfully doing these dives, really calculated with these moves. I mean, he's killing SCVs left and right. This is going to reset the front line, creating more just economic instability here for Raz. He's going to have to make more SCVs, which should have been Goliath money, or maybe even vessel money, who knows. Starport's moving. Doesn't look like he has any intent to make vessels.
I was complimenting Raz for his SCV productions. Like, he was really on top of it, and I bet he was maybe close to 50, maybe 60 SCVs on 2 base. Yeah. And when you see under harassment Itsu's been doing, he's probably down to 30 or something.
Yeah. Well, Matt, good job. I blame this on you, because you're the one that talked to Raz and told him to go mech against Izu. To me, Izu seems to know quite well how to deal with mech. I think the problem with mech...
I did tell Itsu afterwards that Raz is going to go mech against you, so... So,
my gosh.
Whoever pays the top dollar, I give inside information.
No loyalty, this guy. No loyalty.
We can see Itsu shooting up in supply. Really, like he's really, even though it doesn't look like much, it's only like 16 in supply. But those are drones, Hydras, upgraded Hydras, Queens. Like he's close to having everything he needs. And just pull the trigger and just go.
Yeah, I mean, he has no reason to go, because he's the one that's growing and has no reason to not stop growing. It's Raz here that needs to try to stop the bleeding, and at this point he's still making SCVs, but he's also squeezing every single resource out to grow his numbers. So he's got all these factories, he's still making SCVs, he's definitely in a difficult spot, but I think Raz will have at least one chance to make a go at this thing, and who knows? I mean, Raz is definitely a capable player. He's got all these units. He's very good at macroing. I think, if anything, Raz is definitely a pro league, upper echelon type of player that can make a lot of units. But in this spot, Izu's definitely been outmaneuvering him. But again, he's like, hey, last game I didn't make tanks. This game I will make tanks and have a real go at it. Unfortunately for him, the Filers are on the other side of the map, so Izu's just a sick Zerg right now.
Yeah, four tanks, and we see 5 queens, and
Yeah.
we like Izu could have helped this attack with 1 lurker. There's no scan, no vessel, so Raz is kind of playing in the dark, as dark
Nice
as
engagement
you
here.
possibly can. But this is a huge concave from.
Raz can eat this up. I mean, even with the swarm, there's a lot of units outside that. Hey, I want yummy.
Yeah, but do we have siege? We need splash damage on those.
Oh, the siege
Yeah,
is not done. He did
But this
thin
was
out
a
the
big,
beautiful queen
big win
trap.
here for Raz, but huge ruling there for Izu.
Wow. Now the plummet.
How is that Defiler under the swarm?
I don't know.
Just the tail were under the swarm. Well, Raz can sit here for days. He's on 5 bases versus 2. Good upgraded units.
Raz needs to get busy. He just needs to kill anything that's outside of the swarm. He needs to get busy here. But oh my god, look at this. Look at this. He's getting attacked from both sides here. Izu just maneuvering on all fronts.
Yeah, I like Raz. I like the map pick. I do like TVC on this map. But it kind of went wrong from the beginning with the wall, and
Yeah.
he's kind of been playing in the dark ever since. So good job for Mitsu, winning kinda convincingly 2-0. And yeah.
Yeah, tough luck there for Raz. He definitely showed up today and gave it his best. Congratulations to Izu for winning the first round of the losers bracket.
Yeah, I really like Raz's play versus DragOn. Like he didn't get steamrolled, even though it might look kinda Itsu favored in this last series, but in the first series versus DragOn, that game could have tipped either way, really. So I feel like the 2-0 from DragOn kinda lying. So
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
I think we'll see Raz in the future for more pro league.
We'll definitely see him again. Yeah.
He has something to do there, and yeah, I think we'll see him again. But for today, that's exit for Raz, and Itsu will get his grudge game versus Tech.
Oh, that's right. It's a rematch. Tech knocked them off in the first winners bracket round. That series went 2-1, so it was a close one.
I'm gonna call Tech's the first game on Vermeer, and Itsu pick Dominator for second. That's my predictions.
Well, your predictions are not that far-fetched in that. That seems to be the only maps we're playing today. I'm going to go out on a whim and call Monty Hall, hopefully, or maybe we'll see that. Probably not, though. Who wants to play Monty Hall?
Is it in the map pool?
Is it not? Maybe
No.
that's why.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, I take it back.
Yeah, the Terran players voted it out. So. Well, we are still waiting for confirmation that our players are ready. They might be. Yeah, so we are taking a short break. Go say hi to your girlfriends. Just give them a wave. Make sure they know they're still alive. If you're sitting in your boys' room like I am, get a glass of juice or something. Get something to eat. More chips, more popcorn. For these games are gonna get spicy. Hey guys, welcome back from that short break. JIRAIYA was just bragging to me how much he peed and got water. So we are both ready for the final series of this group.
I am pumped, man. I am pumped. I don't know about you. I don't know about you guys, but I am pumped for this last match here because honestly, these two right here all day have been competing and competing hard. You know, of all the 0-2s or the 2-0s, they've been in the 2-1s, and these two in particular already faced off in the winners bracket in the first round. It went to 3 games in which Tech took it, but now here Izu and Tech face off each other in the grand finals of the losers. The winner of this is going to proceed and take that second spot in the round of 16. So high stakes, a lot of pressure. I'm curious to see what they're going to look like on the cameras. If there's any changes from what they were looking like before. Tech kind of very emotional, kind of wore his emotions on his sleeve. Izu, on the other hand, Evo, way more stoic, way more kind of focused. So we'll see how they look in addition to how they, yeah, and all that.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's wearing for this game. He was
yes, that's
really,
what I meant.
Really strong in that hoodie.
Yeah. What kind of shirt is he gonna wear this time?
Yeah, I hope it hasn't changed. Never changed a
I
winning
will
recipe.
drop to my ass if he has no shirt on. If he goes shirtless, I will fall and flat on my face and just cry in laughter.
Well, I think there's only 2 players playing shirtless, and that's Mistress and Grime Boss. I've been so lucky that I've witnessed Grime Boss shirtless in real life. Not many people can say that. So,
nice.
I even have a picture. Yeah, we're ready. Yeah, in Moscow. In Moscow.
Nice.
Well, the first match, the first game is going to be on Vermeer. And for those, unlike myself, who doesn't suffer from short-term memory, will remember that Vermeer was the map Tech picked in the first game. So
Yes.
I think you'll be feeling comfortable on that map. Yeah, and Itsu might not feel so comfortable, but maybe he's like if he's renourished like you did, JIRAIYA, got a glass of water, maybe went to pee. I didn't go to pee because I like to have like a small urge to pee to like kind of put me on the edge on my seat in these exciting games.
You're sick.
So yeah, self-torture it's called.
All right.
Okay, guys, the players are ready. Guy in chat is ready. The casters are ready. So let's jump into the first game. And in the top left corner, 2 wins away from a round of 16 spot, is DM Tech.
Spot in the bottom left corner here is Izu Red from Czech Republic.
We have no proof that it's actually Itsu playing right now. He vanished on camera. So it might be Soul Key. You don't know.
Well,
just have to wait and see.
All right, there they are. There he is.
They both ran out of cloak, so now they're back on the screen.
All right, so quick analysis here. We're going to call this the Jiralysis. On the left here, we got Izu. He's wearing a Hollister shirt. So if you know anything about the Hollister brand, folks, this is an American brand. This is the type of brand that you see sort of the preppy 20, 25-year-old sort of range wear. It's definitely more of like your laid-back kind of citizen types. So this is telling me that Izu's saying, hey, I want to relax here. I know I lost to this guy, but I have what it takes. It went to third game. I know what I did wrong. I'm gonna catch up on that stuff, and I'm just gonna relax and play my stuff. I'm gonna put on some cologne. I'm gonna feel good while I play, and that's the vibes that I'm getting here from Izu. On the right here, we have DM Tech, and what he's telling me is lack of shaking. You see that, Matt? There's no shaking like in games 1 and 2. A little bit there, but you know, how much can he really hold back? But definitely more focused tech. I think he did a little bit of hair, maybe a little bit of folding back, maybe a little bit of a comb draw. I'm not sure. But tech here, to me, looks focused. And from this probe harassment, definitely looks to be focused.
Ooh, it's in. Oh, I thought he would definitely get it, but he maybe wants to keep the health alive on the probe so he can put down. Maybe put down.
Oh, yeah.
He got it.
Wow.
Is that Bonnet? Is it Bonnet? No.
Wow. I'm not surprised. I mean, something about the hair looks different this game, Mad, and he looks real focused here, really relaxed, but also on his toes at the same time. I like the intensity.
Yeah, like you said, there's less shaking, so they're moving home. Obviously, stop for a petrol or something, buy some more water, fill up the gas tank, and yeah. And we see a forward gate from Tech as well, but the links are out. So I think usually then you just sit back home, wait for your second sellout, maybe put one sellout on the ramp with the probe so we can't run by.
Yep.
Yeah. Because the third sellout should be out like close to when the Zerglings gets there, if you start it immediately. So I don't think he needs to be worried about getting us around here. He just needs to be slightly careful, pull back, wait for the second one.
Yeah, Tech playing this very patiently. I like this patience from Tech. Now Izzy's gonna work with what he can get here. Right now,
Yeah.
Tech's not giving him much.
Yeah, I like the pylon placement. He can just move behind between the Nexus and
Right.
the pylon, so it doesn't get the surround. He almost got the full surround there, so he might end up losing a Zealot, but yeah, great controller from Tech, and also Itsu realizing. I don't think he needs to be careful overstaying as well. You don't want to lose these Zerglings.
Right.
You kind of want to do the damage you can, get back out.
Okay, Izzy does
wouldn't
safely.
need them for later.
Yeah, Izzy does safely leave. He's got the Overlord in position. Making more lings here, though. Very interesting. So the Forge is being made. Tech is making that fourth Zealot. It does have that fourth Zealot out. So this decision that Izu is making of making more lings is definitely going further and further into all-in territory. Right now, Cannon being placed. I think what Izu's looking for is the move-out timing, and maybe pair that up with Ling Speed and just collapse and kill. Ling Speed just started here for Izu. You got to think Tech is not going to just sit here with 5 Zealots.
No, and it's full of gas, so like you said, he's just making speed. But as long as Tech doesn't move out, you can't really pounce on this wall. But he will have maybe like 12 speedlings or something, and that's just enough to hold off even 4 or 5 zealots. Maybe you need like 14 or 16 Zerglings. But this gives Itsu the room he needs to just drone up.
Yeah, I mean, this is a supreme spot for Tech. This is because I know this spot. This is not a good spot for Izu. And now Tech is actually moving out with just 4 and keeping 2 at his home. So Izu will be able to deal with the 4, but I don't know if that's what he was intending to do here.
Well, I'm not sure if Itsu saw it. He might have been looking at a different place on the screen because the Overlord saw it. I don't think he saw the minimap. So
well, he's gonna know now. But yeah, this is I know this spot very intimately. It's a very bad spot for Izu.
Yeah, it's a safe spot. Yeah. Good surround there on the Zealots. The Zealots can't really do that much damage behind there, but of course it's super the drones
the drones get stuck.
Can I get... he didn't see the drones from behind there. Only 1 drone so far.
This one Zealot is like the bane of my existence.
Gets it. Okay, I think that was the okay trade for Tech there.
This is a very tough spot to be in, a Zerg. I'm telling you. It might have looked like it was okay, but I know this spot very well, and right now it's tough for Izu. For some reason, I don't know why. I just know it's not a good spot for Izu.
What do you do here? Do you just like, okay, 5 hatch Hydra's all
I
in.
think you just have to sit and then try to absorb what will come, which is Zealot, leg speed, and all that stuff. But you got to thwart off this Corsair, and you got to try to catch up with the Econ, and make this layer. It's just so tough. He's got to do so much. But first it starts with finding out what's going on. So like if he can see the second, third Corsair as it's coming out here, that's an indicator of how many more Hydras he's gonna need. So that's helpful to know that there's 2 and all that stuff. This is good for Izu, but it's like he's got to deal with all that.
Yeah. I don't think he will be making that many Corsairs this game because he saw there's no lair. So
Right.
maybe, like you said, 2 or 3 Corsairs, and that's enough. Because with the 3 Corsairs, when you're moving out with the Zealots, that's enough to kill a few Overlords with the support of the Zealots. I think +1 should be done soon as well.
Yeah.
I think it's been spinning for around the 8-minute mark or something. It usually finish, and we see Tech adding a lot of gate back at home, while Itsu is still kind of droning-ish from that early Zealot pressure. I think kinda Itsu needs to maybe get 3 gas and Lurker upgrade. I think a Lurker contained outside the tech space is the play to go here.
Yeah, I mean, if he can get there, it's just so tough when you started with this like very delayed layer. You know, you pause gas, kind of start. This is what I was kind of talking about, where Izu wasn't in a good spot, but because this is DT before leg speed, I think that's in Izu's benefit because he's more set up to deal with this. With the OV placements right now and the lack of Corsairs kind of continuing with that. Now, those Corsairs are swinging back over here. So Izu needs to be careful. But what happens after this is what I would be worried about for Izu. So as he deals with this harassment, the subsequent timings is going to be tough. Yeah, so like this stuff, all this stuff that the gateways and all that's going to produce, it's just going to be more stuff that Izu's going to have to deal with, which right now it's like
Tech is really high up in supply already, 102 versus just 69. It doesn't look like a really big army for Tech right there, but he's been on top of his pro production, and as soon as he switches over now to produce some Dragoons, and maybe with the 1-1 timing or something, it's going to be really hard for Itsu to hold this army. But like we've seen Itsu in the previous game, like he's out on the map trying to snipe those Templars with his Hydras, and he's been doing a good job with that previously. But this time we don't have the Spire, we just have Hydras. And we have also seen, like in the previous game, and maybe the Lurker switch has been a little late for Itsu.
Ooh, these Hydras were moving first, and now they're getting stuck. I don't know. That was definitely accidental.
No storm yet on that Templar, but of course you can't know that. As I think he killed the Corsairs as well. So now he can focus to be out on the map with all of his force. He don't need to. And Hydras with this kind of number straight up beats 10 speed Zealot. So this was a good trade for Tech, like taking a good trade for Itsu.
Yeah.
Gaining a little bit of map control back.
Yep. Yeah,
like
and I think kind of like what you were saying about the Lurker contain, he wasn't quite able to do it now, but as he wins these little fights and gains back that control, maybe he could set up sort of like a subsequent Lurker contain situation. Tech is trying to take that third base right now, biding time with these Zealots out on the map, but I think Izu's kind of got the number of forces where if he can clean this up, he might be able to deny the third and then contain. Because right now the numbers are in favor for Izu, but supply isn't.
I was going to say I really like this move out from Tech, like drawing the attention away for Itsu.
Yeah.
But Itsu kind of found them immediately. Like his army was towards those units, so. Ooh.
Oh yeah, 1-1-1. Jeez.
Plasma upgrade already for the Pradas. That's sick. That's a big investment as well. That's like 200 gas. So
yeah, That's a big boy play. That's a big boy upgrade. Now Izu will maneuver here. Nice storm.
Good storm from Tech. Itsu needs to be careful that it doesn't overcommit here.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have to concede this third, but the lurker can squeeze its way up.
Yeah, the one lurker plague worked on Dominator, but on Vermeer it's quite hard to just use one lurker.
Right.
So he kind of wants to have more than that, but we see Itsu taking a fourth. We had drones ready to saturate that base. We have an annoying DT here. Great play there from Tech.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now we can see, like at the 12 minute mark, you can really see how far the supply of the products usually gets when they reach that 145, 150 mark. And this is usually the timing where you see products take the first fight because they really have the number. So you really want to be set up as Zerg at this point.
Yeah, no observers out yet for Tech, I think. So it's just posturing at the moment, but yeah, I mean, with 150 psi, this number of units, third gas running, definitely looking for fights soon, and Izu's sort of on his heel here. He's gonna have to probably defend more than once. You know, he's taking a fifth base, he's doing what he needs to, but you know, there could be a weak spot at one of these entry points, and right now Tech is kind of trying to identify it.
Yeah, now it's going to see that there's at least one more base on the map, but Itsu quickly realized that there was a DT on the map. But look at the supply of Tech.
Yeah,
that's a maxed out army.
Yeah, I like that Izu has some defense here already. This is not gonna force him to have such a dramatic sort of, you know, shifting of all of his army. This is a good number of Zealots, but with the lurker there, it certainly helps deal with this.
Yeah, luckily, and we have a big fight in the middle now, so I think Itsu needs to do what he can, deny, buy some time, but Tech is just going to town on these drones, forcing a pull, and observers on the way, so...
Yeah.
But Itsu still have a different base, but I think we need like more lurkers. I'm concerned that we don't have more lurkers on the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Izu's gonna do Izu things. He's gonna draw these storms with, you know, minimal units. He's gonna try to snipe high Templars, which is only gonna help. But yeah, this is a sizable number here for Izu. It's almost like he should trash that fourth base on the right and keep the fourth base to the left. And maybe even counter here, but kind of not enough units for Izu because he kind of bled a couple there trying to snipe. Unfortunately, this army here from Tech is just too big. There's not much that layered Tech can do. Now Izu is going for that counter. He might be able to deny this fourth base. At the very least, he needs to. Setting up a nice lurker trap here. Tech needs to make a decision: go home or try to breach the 6 o'clock position base. Not going to be easy to do that. Nice lurker trap here from Izu. These plays all matter. But right now, that second base, or that third base at 6 o'clock, is in danger of being breached here.
Yeah, definitely. This Tech still has the numbers. Not that big of an army there, but they're so tight for the choke. The units are running in on a straight line.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
so
those
so
storms
easy.
are so good.
Yeah, so it looks like Tech might have done it, but we know Itsu is not the one to type out GG too quickly. Yeah, it's a decisive match. Maybe not the first one, but there's still a lot more at stake than just typing out GG too early. But there's so many storms left, and losing this base will be soon to be 4 base versus 3 base as the Zerg.
Yeah, I think if Izu decides to pull back his army from 12 to save his base here, maybe he can extend the game with Hive Tech off of 4.5 bases. But even with saving this base here, you know, even cleaning this up, the damage is done.
Yeah, the important part is like saving the macro hatches, so it's a good cleanup here from Itsu. But you still need to remake the drones, and as you can see by the numbers, tech is up 100 in supply.
GG.
So yeah, we get the GG. So yeah.
Nice. Viking King.
First prediction kicks in. Tech taking the first game on Vermeer, so let's see if Isu goes for Dominator. Because that map kind of worked out pretty decent for him in the first game. But as I believed, it was Tech first game, now it's warmed up. And you were mentioning what they were wearing, and I'd noticed that Tech had removed his jacket or sweater or whatever. So yeah, he's warmed up.
Very good. So that got you to wear what you're wearing now?
Yep. I was freezing, so I had to put on some clothes.
Nice. Very good. Well, strong showing there from Tech. Any predictions on what Izzy's gonna pick for the map? I guess.
Yeah, Dominator, 100%.
Dominator, yeah.
Yeah.
It's either that or Radion. It's either that or Radion is my guess.
We have not had many maps to cast today. Like it's been the same 3 or something. Did we have a Pantheon?
No, we haven't had a Pantheon.
No, it's been Radion, Dominator, and Vermeer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not too much variation.
So yeah, definitely 100% Dominator. Ooh. What? Good. How do you believe it? And again, guys, that's why we are here. That's why we are here. This is what we do. We call out the right stuff. But what did Tech open with in the first game? Was it forward gate? No? Yeah, it was. He killed 7 Zerglings really early.
Yeah.
So Tech actually had a quite good opening as well, but like we pointed out earlier today, his wall was a bit weird at the 6 o'clock location. Raz's wall was a little bit weird. But let's see. 1 game away. And we will have a second product moving. I hope, for the entertainment's sake, Itsu take this one. So we will have a close series and a third game. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Yep, let's get into it.
In the 11 o'clock location, we have Isu. 1 game away from elimination. Maybe.
And in the bottom left corner here, in the left corner, we have DM Tech from Chile in red Protoss. Up 1 against Izu. Izu's got his back against the wall. No
I wonder, maybe for the next round we can listen into what Tech is listening to, because it looks like he's listening to some super bangers by the point, by the shaking of his hand. It's got have to be some hard style or something crazy.
Well, I know you and I play with music, but I don't know if most players play with music. I don't know. That'd be an interesting question.
Yeah.
Do you think most players play with music? I don't know if people do. Daywall doesn't.
Not that many players. Like the top players playing 1 versus 1, maybe doesn't play with music.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's the trick.
What? To be focused? Hell no. Music all the way. I don't want to listen to the same Broodwar sounds I've been listening to for 25 years. Give me a new song, man.
Yeah. I feel like music, like certain tempos of music, keeps me up. Like keeps my heart rate up. Maybe, I don't know. It keeps my hands moving. Something about music.
Say we have a 12 hatch opener and a standard forge expansion for Tech. But
Gate before the cannon.
Yeah, he sees the pool is not done, but I wonder if that forge is it link tight? Can you go on the right side? Kind of looks a bit awkward, but I don't know. Maybe the forge is something by the rock and the tile is correctly, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, I'm no expert. about these wall situations. But that artifact over there, don't underestimate that artifact.
Ooh.
I wouldn't be surprised if that. Oh, second gateway, just out of the reach of the Overlord too.
Yeah, sneaky build here because normally there will be a cannon, so there's actually like no reason why Itsu will go further in with the Overlord.
Yep. Yep.
But also, like we mentioned earlier, you don't really need that many Zerglings to hold up an early pressure. And we see a standard opener for Itsu. I believe Lair might be already on the way.
Yeah,
but we have... No, this is a 973. Hydroden went down. No, sorry. There. I thought the pool was the Hydroden.
Yeah, the gas timing from Izu here was before the third hatchery. So this is actually an earlier later timing from Izu, which usually for him is going to be indication of Muta, which, you know, is going to be good against the 2 gate play with a delayed gas, but he needs to defend against those early Zealots too. So that Overlord does not and will not see the second gateway, so he will need to use whatever information he gets from that Overlord, or maybe even spotters. But right now, that Overlord should be able to see this movement. Okay, so that Zealot indeed is blocking the right.
He didn't see it in the first game that the Zealots moved out, so hopefully he sees it now, especially with the third Zealot kind of stalling. And yeah. I think Itsu also made Speedlings, so...
Yeah. Yep.
He just needs like another round of Zerglings, and this shouldn't be that hard to hold.
Yeah, he made Lings before that Spire. I saw his money go down and Larva's being used before the Spire, so I think the speed is gonna be up probably after he kills this, though.
I wonder if like there's a window if Zergs over drone. We saw Itsu was slightly supply blocked on 27-27, so like if you just constantly make drone, and then all of a sudden you see 5 or 6 Zealots crawling up against you.
Yeah, nice micro from both players. Now, the Zealot on the left is weak. Okay, he picks that off. 2 more Zealots at the Nat here, so Izu knows about it. So he paid attention. These speed Zerglings should get here in time. He needs to save every single drone here to minimize any of this damage.
I'm actually surprised on how much gas Tech were able to save up from his late gas. So I'm guessing we will have to see maybe like a double starport here, since his gas was so late.
Right.
This is a great position here for the Zealots. And 2 more snuck out.
Wow,
I don't think it's because he has the cannons and he has the defense, and he knows Itsu has to sit back at home. And this is really troubling for Itsu because, like, he has the numbers, but now he has to make Zerglings or he has to make Mutas, and there's still 1 Zealot and the natural. I'm not sure if Tech realized that it's there, or if he's waiting for number 2 and number 3 coming up. This is great pressure from Tech.
Yeah, really good pressure here from Tech. Izu's gonna have to defend this with Muta. He's gonna let that third hatchery. Oh, he doesn't know about these Zeals. Now he does. He's gotta defend this with Muta. More Zealots here. Drones being pulled.
He needs to save the third. I think
so much going on.
Yeah. Really great harassment there from Tech, and it's really pulling Itsu off his game, really. Because he had a good plan, but all this is doing is buying Tech a lot of time to produce tons of Corsairs.
Yeah.
Cannons up in the main.
It's very important he doesn't lose more drones here.
Yes, he took down 1. He didn't lose that many drones, but he forced a few drills and pulls.
Now, Izu is a capable player. This is by no means over. That looked very good. That indeed was very good. But Izu definitely can play out of these positions. But I think he needs to be careful with every decision that he makes here with his Larva, because right now he's going to see that this is pretty well defended as far as any Muta counters. So Izu needs to identify this. He did make a 4th hatchery, probably should make a 5th hatchery and play more into a macro style, but
looks like it's word that there's more Zealots on the map.
Yeah.
So he's making a second layer so it doesn't get loose, the hatch. But he still has to drone a little bit. He's still just on 4 hatch. Luckily for Itsu, there's no Citadel yet. So even though there's a sellout with +1 soon, they won't have leg speed. But there's going to be a lot of Corsairs, and Itsu only saw 1 Stargate. And I think Tech now will kind of have the numbers so he can go out on the map. Carapace should not be done yet if Itsu went for it. Yeah, so
there's so many Corsairs.
We have no Hydra, so I think we have to get Spores or something, because it's just too many Corsairs. Gets 1, gets 2.
Getting 2 is big there. He's got more Scourge here at his Nat. Tempest.
That was a great pickoff, because there's more Scourges and...
more Scourge.
Yeah. This is a big win for
there.
Yeah. Carapace is done as well.
Yeah, he's got to spend his... Yeah, Izu needs to spend his minerals. He needs to get... There he goes. He committed to that second layer. Making all those sunken, so kind of a little less optimal, I would say, for Izu as far as his prioritization of all this stuff. But yeah, now Tech has that ground army, and so the mutas not only have to win air, but also have to deal with the ground. And until Hydras are made, he doesn't really have anything to deal with that. So I want to see Izu continue to kind of press in like this, peel off as many as he can, but also understand that Protoss is going to be coming out soon. And so really nice job here with the handful of mutas that he has against double Stargate. Not easy to do this.
He didn't have that many mutas, but it's hard to tell if it's F11 when they're stacked. But I think this is the timing for Tech now. He realized he has the self numbers, he has speed, he has a lot of Corsairs. I do like Itsu's approach. Like, he has an aggressive playstyle, sort of. He doesn't instantly go lurkers and just sit back home. He's trying to play with what he has and fight it out. But behind this, Tech is taking a 3rd base. Ooh. Well, yeah, not that many Corsairs left. We just need some more Scourge. But we are only on 2 gas though.
Yep.
And yeah.
Scourge were made. If he can just win the air, then he can repel against these Zealots, but
there's a lot of Zealots and still a lot of Corsairs here, and not all the Scourges are played in the fight. And I think Itsu's mutas were a bit clumped up in the beginning of the battle. So
yeah, Scourge weren't in the play there.
They took so much damage. So I think Tech did it. Hatch going down, 3rd base going up with a lot of cannons. Itsu's kind of gas starved, so he can't really produce the Hydra number he needs as well.
Yeah, Tech is so... This timing was just so powerful. It was hard for Izu, as well as he did sniping those Corsairs. He needed to decisively win against theirs just so that he can deal with all these Zealots. Kind of in between.
This was 3 macro hatches going down for Itsu. He's trying to deny the 3rd base, but he just don't have enough. GG is called. Tech is relieved. Well deserved. Strong performance there from Tech. Maybe not as strong the Itsu we saw from the first game. Yeah. It's Tech kinda overrun him from the first game. Maybe these players don't have that much history either. I don't know how much they played against each other earlier. But yeah, Tech moving it out. 2 products out to the round of 16. I think we only have 1 more group, and that is tomorrow, Group C. Yeah, and then all the groups have played. So tomorrow we have Cross, Lancerex, Striker, and JD Conan. And like I mentioned earlier, it's only been one Zerg moving out from the round of 16 as of yet. And that's Seiki. So at least one more Zerg are going to the round of 16 tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, Group C has to have 3 out of those, whatever the total number of Zergs that there are. But yeah, tomorrow, potentially 2 Zergs, but at least one will continue. But hats off to Tech there for making out as the second slot in Group F. And Izu, you know, better luck next season, but valiant effort today in all his matchups. So hats off to all these players for both DragOn and Tech for advancing. And yeah, a lot of good games. Probably not surprised at the outcome. Would have liked to see Izugo to proceed here. Definitely. Personally, I was rooting for him, but you know, Tech very deserving for having been knocked out by DragOn and coming back out here from the losers bracket.
Yeah, DragOn I think was always going to make it through, but I felt like it was quite open between the 3 other players. Just turned out today that Tech had the better day than the other 2. The scale kind of tipped his favor today. He was
definitely
more logged on, so yeah, well deserved. And that's it for today, but make sure you tune back tomorrow. Yep. But BSL wouldn't have been what it is today without the help of our fantastic sponsors. Especially big thanks to Liquid Nazgul and Liquid Steve. And of course to our Patreons and Esport Fund. We have the Wolf of Wall Street, Andrew at the $200 a month. Bombastic General, My Fleeting Dream at $100 a month. Bombastic Colonel, Striker, $50 a month. Bombastic Major Plus $30 a month. We have Tim, Tupacalypse. And at the $20 a month, we have Yu Yang, MadiNho, Steven Robertson, KG Streaming Channel, Daniel Lopez, LML, Nicholas Schuler, and Sheeming Gypsy. And to all the others, high or low, thank you for the big sponsors. Also those sponsoring during the streams. Big shout out to all of you. Keep sponsoring, keep the dream alive. Big thank you to everyone, and see you guys tomorrow. There we are. I've already ate my cake for today, so I'm going to bed. JIRAIYA is going to eat cake to celebrate these fantastic games. He will probably be talking to his family about these great games. So
yes,
yeah,
yep. It's 5 o'clock here, but Matt, it was a pleasure casting these games with you, my friend. Had a lot of fun, had a blast.
Yeah, like always.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, thank you very much for the invite, and thank you all for tuning in. And hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and definitely tune in to Group F tomorrow to close out the round of 24.
Yeah, and tomorrow we probably have it's the final group, and maybe there's going to be a group draw or something. Yeah. So it's going to be a group draw. So let's see how many Terrans made through. We have Koget, Xuan, Dandy, and Tarzan. So Group C is going to be Mihu, Dandy, Koget, and Sterling. You heard it first here. Zero definitely like his Terran groups. Okay, guys, stay safe, stay cool, have a good night, and see you all tomorrow.
All right, bye-bye.
Is the name of the dance we do down Johannesburg way. Bye.